Chapter 2802. Lei Litian's death. Lei Litian continued to retreat as he desperately burned his blood essence. The thunder god sword in his hand quickly slashed out, wanting to use this to stop the terrifying blood arrow from rushing over. However, as Lei Litian continued to retreat, the more despair he felt in his heart. This was because he realized that the killing intent from the blood arrow was becoming more and more terrifying, almost enveloping his entire body. It controlled every meridian in his body, every inch of his flesh and blood, causing all the blood in his body to tremble in fear. The shadow of death grew larger and larger in his heart. He knew that there was nothing he could do, that he could not block this blood arrow. Zhuowen, I am the master of the Thunder God Garden. If you order this blood arrow to stop, I will not bother with you about our past grudges. Lei Litian shouted loudly and said to Zhuowen. His voice was filled with regret and begging for mercy, but his attitude was still unyielding and high and mighty. Zhuowen was currently severely injured. He sat cross-legged on a meteorite, coldly looking at Lei Litian, who was begging for mercy, indifferent. Zhuowen, what exactly do you want to stop this blood arrow? As long as you say it, I will definitely satisfy you. Seeing that Zhuowen was indifferent, Lei Litian's heart was filled with anxiety, and he hurriedly shouted out, I only want you to die. Zhuowen replied coldly, then closed his eyes and continued to recuperate. No matter how Lei Litian begged for mercy, Zhuowen simply ignored him. After retreating for tens of millions of miles, Lei Litian's mind was exhausted. With a boom, the thunder god sword in his hand completely dissipated, and Lei Litian was also extremely weak because he had burned too much blood essence. Zhuowen, even if I die, I won't let you off. Lei Litian roared as the blood arrow pierced through his chest. The terrifying killing intent was like a meat grinder as it exploded from within Lei Litian's body. Immediately after, Lei Litian's entire body was turned into a bloody mist, and he couldn't be any more dead. Zhuowen opened his eyes and slowly looked around Lei Litian's corpse. He found that Lei Litian had been completely annihilated, and even the small world on his body had collapsed. Everything inside had been annihilated. Zhuowen felt that it was a pity, but Xiaohei suddenly flew out of the great world. Xiaohei, what's wrong? Zhuowen looked at Xiaohei in surprise. Brat, the power of your blood arrow is too terrifying, isn't it? It actually shattered the Thunder God sword in Lei Litian's hands. This is a Genesis divine artifact. It will be of great benefit to my advancement. As Xiaohei spoke, she hurriedly went to collect the scattered fragments of the Thunder God's sword. At the same time, Xiaohei pulled out the sacrificial death sword and the blood immortal sword to do the hard work. In order not to waste anything, this guy also went to collect the fragments of Huang Wu's long saber that had been shattered by the Thunder God's sword. Although the long saber's grade was not as high as the Thunder God's sword, it was still an eternal divine artifact. For a weapon cultivator like Xiaohei, it was still very useful. Zhuowen did not pay attention to Xiaohei's nagging. His eyes fell on the wooden bow in his hand. His hands had recovered, but the injuries on his body were not so easy to heal. After all, these injuries were caused by the terrifying killing intent of the Hou-Yi Divine Arrow and the Hou-Yi Divine Bow. He had to recuperate for a while to heal these injuries. As expected of the Hou-Yi Divine Bow, I only pulled the bowstring 1/3 of the way, but the power of the Hou-Yi Divine Arrow could reach such a terrifying level. Zhuowen muttered to himself. He was even more in awe of the power of the Hou-Yi Divine Bow. However, he also knew that the side effects of the Hou-Yi Divine Bow were too great. He could only rely on the Hou-Yi Divine Bow to shoot one arrow. If he wanted to shoot a second arrow, his Pangu's sacred body, which was only at the peak of the 4-star level, would not be able to withstand it. Even if his recovery ability was very strong, he would not be able to withstand it and would collapse. Zhuowen shook his head secretly. He knew that he was still too weak. If his Pangu's sacred body could reach the 5-star or 6-star level, he would not be in such a sorry state today. At the same time, he also knew that the Hou-Yi Divine Bao had a lot of implications. Unless it was a life and death situation, he could not use it casually. After all, the previous owner of the Hou-Yi Divine Bao, Yuxan, was exposed because of the Hou-Yi Divine Bao and was killed by the 5 Masters of Creation. Thinking of Yuxan, Zhou-En's face turned ugly. Now that he was in the depths of the Millennium Life-Sizer, he had to kill the murderer for Yuxan within 1,000 years. Although Zhou-En relied on the Hou-Yi Divine Bao and Hou-Yi Divine Arrow to kill Lei Litian, who was a creator of the creation realm. However, he knew that once a cultivator cultivated to the 3rd step of the Tao validation realm, the difference between each small realm was extremely huge. Huang Wu was an early-stage creator, while Lei Litian was only a mid-stage creator. The difference between the two was not that big. However, Huang Wu was not a match for Lei Litian at all. In the end, he was forced to burn his essence, blood, to escape. From this, it could be seen that even if there was only a small difference in the 3rd step of the Tao validation realm, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Zhou-En's strength was only slightly stronger than a half-step creator. He was not even as strong as Huang Wu, let alone Lei Litian. However, he killed Lei Litian in the end. It was not that Zhou-En's strength was heaven-defying, but that Zhou-En's luck was too good. He was too rich. The power of the Hou-Yi Divine Bao and Hou-Yi Divine Arrow was many times stronger than the previous Hou-Yi Divine Arrow. Moreover, Zhou-En's great world was rich in resources. Shooting the Hou-Yi Divine Arrow was not difficult at all. If he did not have the Hou-Yi Divine Arrow, Zhou-En would not have been able to fight against a terrifying expert like Lei Litian. Let's go to the Pale-Array Immortal Alliance first. After Zhou-En put away Xiao-Hei, the Blood Immortal Sword, and the Death Sacrifice Sword, he sat on the space-time roulette and disappeared. This time, he had broken off relations with the Lightning God's Garden. There was no place for the Pale Tao pageant. Zhou-En planned to go to the Pale-Array Immortal Alliance to see if there was any other way to obtain a place for the Pale Tao pageant. This Pale Tao pageant was too important to him. He would not give up just like that. After Zhou-En left, the higher-ups of the Lightning God's ship, led by Lei Zishuan, were all in a state of panic on the deck of the Lightning God's ship. This was because they realized that Lei Litian's candle of life had suddenly extinguished not long ago. The extinguishing of the candle of life meant that Lei Litian had completely fallen. "Miss Lei, what's going on?" "The Garden Master's candle of life has been extinguished." "Did he really fall?" "Miss Lei, what happened to Garden Master Lei?" "That Huang Wu's realm is lower than Garden Master Lei. It's impossible for him to kill Garden Master Lei, right?" Everyone was like ants on a hot pan as they discussed spiritedly. Their faces were filled with disbelief. At the same time, their hearts were filled with panic. Lei Litian was the pillar of the Lightning God's Garden. If Lei Litian really fell, the Lightning God's Garden would suffer a great loss. They might not be able to recover from this setback. Lei Zishuan was at a loss. She forced herself to calm down and said, "Garden Master, Lei might have met with an accident. He sent me a message saying that he has something to do and needs to leave for a period of time. Don't think too much about it. Prepare for this Pale Tao pageant." Everyone was doubtful, but they did not say anything. After discussing for a while, they dispersed. They did not really believe that Lei Litian had fallen. Chapter 2803. Arriving at the Pale-Array Immortal Alliance in the ice-cold and pitch-black starry sky, a ray of light flashed past. If one looked carefully, this ray of light was a circular, disc-shaped flying divine tool. 4 figures stood on top of this flying divine tool. Big Brother Zhou-En, we're about to reach the Pale-Array Immortal Alliance's territory. However, since you've broken off relations with the Lightning God Park, what about the quota for the Pale Tao Grand Competition? Tong Chi-Mei stood behind Zhou-En, looking at the dot of light in front of them, and suddenly asked. These 4 people were Zhou-En's group. After killing Lei Litian, Zhou-En summoned Tong Chi-Mei, Fire Plume, and steel plume from the outside world to travel together. Although the space-time roulette speed couldn't be compared to a huge flying ship, it only took them 10 days to arrive at the Pale Array Immortal Alliance's territory. I'll think about the quota for the Pale Dao Grand Competition after I enter the Pale Array Immortal Alliance. Perhaps I'll have a chance. Zhuowen sighed softly. During this period of time, he was indeed distressed about the quota for the Pale Dao Grand Competition. Generally, the quota for the Pale Dao Grand Competition was in the hands of Dao palaces or above. Therefore, if Zhuowen wanted a quota, he had to represent a Dao palace. Now that Zhuowen had completely broken off relations with the Lightning God Park, he had to find another Dao palace if he wanted a quota. Zhuowen didn't have any acquaintances in the host region. The only 2 Dao palaces he knew were the Huang Ji aristocratic family and the Lightning God Park. Moreover, both of them had fallen out. He also knew that it would be difficult for him to obtain a quota. Fortunately, there was still half a month before the Pale Dao Grand Competition began. Zhuowen still had time. Half a day later, Zhuowen had completely entered the Pale Array Immortal Alliance's territory. The Pale Array Immortal Alliance's territory was very large. It was much larger than the Huang Ji aristocratic family and the Lightning God Park. Moreover, Zhuowen could clearly feel that there were powerful array restrictions everywhere in the Pale Array Immortal Alliance's territory. However, these formations and restrictions were all in a closed state. Once these formations and restrictions were activated, Zhuowen knew that even he would be in danger. Zhuowen could feel that the level of these closed array formations and restrictions was very high. The lowest level was at the eternal grade, while the highest level of array formations couldn't be seen through by Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen knew that they had to be at the eternal grade or above. When they entered the Pale Array Immortal Alliance, Zhuowen discovered that the number of flying ships around them had increased. They were densely packed and were flying towards the core region of the Pale Array Immortal Alliance from all directions. Immortal Alliance's territory. Immortal Alliance's Pale Immortal Alliance's palace. The Immortal Alliance's alliance, Immortal Alliance. The Immortal of the Immortal Palace of Alliance's Immortal Palace Alliance's palace was. When Zhuowen arrived at the entrance of the Pale Array Immortal City, he discovered that the city gate was currently bustling with activity. Zhuowen discovered that the conditions to enter the Pale Array Immortal City were very simple. You either had to be a Heavenly Fate grade pill refiner or an Array Dao God Master. Otherwise, you had to pay an exorbitant amount of Heavenly Dao origin crystals. Most of the cultivators at the city gate weren't pill refiners or Array Dao God Masters. They could only pay the exorbitant amount. Zhuowen was coincidentally a Heavenly Fate grade pill refiner. Therefore, he passed the entrance test. Pill refiners and Array Dao God Masters had the privilege of bringing 3 people. Therefore, Zhuowen didn't have to pay anything. He was able to bring Fire Plume and company into the Immortal City. Moreover, before Zhuowen entered the city gate guard enthusiastically handed a jade token to Zhuowen. He also introduced to Zhuowen that only Heavenly Fate grade pill refiners and Array Dao God Masters could receive this jade token. As long as one had this jade token, one would have great discounts when shopping or staying in the Pale Array Immortal City. Big Brother Zhua, it seems like the Pale Array Immortal City really respects pill refiners and Array Dao God Masters. Didn't you see how the guard's attitude changed when he found out you were a Heavenly Fate grade pill refiner? Tong Chimei said excitedly. Zhuowen smiled. The Pale Array Immortal Alliance is a gathering place for pill refiners and Array Dao God Masters. Naturally, pill refiners are highly respected here. However, this privilege is only for those above Heavenly Fate grade. Those below Heavenly Fate grade probably don't have this privilege. Fire Plume also nodded and interrupted. The Pale Array Immortal Alliance has the largest number of pill refiners in the host region. There are simply too many pill refiners below Heavenly Fate grade. They can only be at the bottom. Only pill refiners above heavenly fate grade can enjoy the corresponding privileges. Moreover, there are several Genesis grade pill refiners in the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. Even the 5 Tao palaces of the host region don't dare to neglect these pill refiners. Zhuowen nodded. The cultivation of alchemy and formation Tao was much more difficult than the cultivation of martial Tao. Generally speaking, the amount of effort and resources required to reach the level of a Genesis alchemist and formation divine master was far above that of a Genesis alchemist. Moreover, in the Xianmi heavenly region, eternal grade god pills were already very rare. Genesis grade god pills above eternal grade were simply priceless. One could see how rare eternal grade god pills were from Huang Wu's pained expression when he took out the eternal grade god pill. If Genesis grade god pills were so rare, then the status of a Genesis grade pill refiner who could refine Genesis grade god pills was unimaginable. Array Tao and Pill Tao were the same. A Genesis grade Array Tao god master who could cultivate to the Genesis grade was definitely an existence that many factions had to respect. Even Tao palaces had to treat them with respect. As for a creation grade pill refiner, it was said that the Pill Array Immortal Alliance also had one. He was the founder of the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. However, such an existence had not appeared in the world for a long time and rarely refined pills. The reason why there were rumors of such an existence in the Pill Array Immortal Alliance was because several Tao Palace sect masters had personally come to the Pill Array Immortal Alliance to ask for creation grade god pills. One had to know that creation grade god pills had unimaginable benefits for the cultivation of a creation master. An existence like the creation master could be considered a peak expert in a Tao Palace sect. It was as difficult as ascending the heavens for such an expert to take another step forward. After all, once one's cultivation reached the 3rd step of Tao validation, it was as difficult as ascending the heavens. Zhuowen casually found a relatively clean inn in the Pill Array Immortal City and settled down in this inn. He couldn't help but sigh at the convenience of the jade token that the guard gave him. After he took out the jade token, the inn staff was extremely enthusiastic and even gave him a huge discount on the fees. "Waiter, I would like to ask you something." After settling down in their rooms, Zhuowen and the others sat at the table in the inn's restaurant. Zhuowen called out to the inn staff. Chapter 2804. A sudden quota, it's like this. Isn't the pill competition of the Pill Array Immortal Alliance about to begin? I'm a rogue cultivator, but I also want to participate in the pill competition. Do you have any way to do so? Zhuowen looked at the shop assistant and asked. The shop assistant was stunned. Soon after, he looked at Zhuowen with a strange gaze and said, "Sir, I see that you're a heavenly fate grade alchemist. You're more than qualified to participate in the pill competition. Why didn't you just find a random Tao palace and become a guest alchemist? That way, you should be able to get a quota." Zhuowen shook his head and said regretfully, "I'm in seclusion all year round, so I don't really care about these things. Later on, I heard about the pill competition, but it was already too late. That's why I missed the chance to join a Tao palace." The shop assistant was a little distressed. He said, "Sir, this pill competition isn't just related to the Pill Array Tower. It's also related to the Divine Medicine Valley. It's very unlikely for a rogue cultivator to obtain a quota for the pill competition alone." Zhuowen knew about the Pill Array Tower. It was said that the winner of this pill competition would have the chance to enter the Pill Array Tower to comprehend the great Tao of pill arrays. However, this was the first time Zhuowen had heard about the Divine Medicine Valley. "I wonder what's going on with the Divine Medicine Valley? I would like to ask this brother to clear my doubts." Zhuowen took out a high-grade Heavenly Law Origin crystal and handed it to the shop assistant. His eyes were filled with curiosity. The shop assistant accepted the high-grade Heavenly Law Origin crystal without any hesitation. He was extremely excited. He secretly thought that the alchemist in front of him was really generous. However, he spoke even more enthusiastically about the Divine Medicine Valley. After listening to the shop assistant's explanation, Zhuowen finally knew what the Divine Medicine Valley was. It was said that the Pill-Array Immortal Alliance had spent countless years cultivating the Divine Medicine Valley. It was said that there were all kinds of divine medicines growing in the Divine Medicine Valley. Among them, there were Genesis grade and Creation grade divine medicines. However, even in the Divine Medicine Valley, these two grades of divine medicines were precious medicinal ingredients. They were very difficult to find. This time, the Pill-Array Immortal Alliance had taken out 1,000 slots to enter the Divine Medicinal Garden, opening the door for the various powers of the host region. It was said that the top 50 alchemists who were participating in the Pill Refinement Grand Assembly this time were allocated these 1,000 alchemists. The higher one's ranking was, the more alchemists would be allocated. It was precisely because of the opening of the Divine Medicine Valley that the 5 great Tao palaces of the Eastern Tao region had sent their own alchemists to participate in the Pill Grand Assembly. The competition this time could be said to be extremely intense. Of course, for the sake of ensuring fairness, the conditions to participate in the Pill Grand Assembly this time had to be at the Genesis realm or below. Otherwise, the Pill Grand Assembly would be unfair. Zhuowen wasn't particularly interested in the Divine Medicine Valley. He had a large number of first and second step Tao validation divine medicines in his great world, and he even had a Genesis divine medicine. Zhuowen knew that the Divine Medicine Valley was nurtured by the Pill-Array Immortal Alliance, so there was definitely a limit to how much one could harvest there. Unless it was a Genesis grade or a Creation grade, Zhuowen wasn't very interested in the other divine medicines. Zhuowen wasn't very interested, but that didn't mean that the other powers weren't. After all, Zhuowen was only one person, and those powers were formed by many cultivators. Although the total amount of divine medicines in those powers might be much more than Zhuowen's, it would be pitifully little if it was evenly distributed. Therefore, even Tao palaces wouldn't let go of this opportunity to harvest divine medicines in the Divine Medicine Valley. Tao palace forces entered the Divine Her Valley in hopes of getting lucky. It would be a great opportunity if they could obtain a Genesis or Destiny level divine herb. This was because divine herbs like this could be counted on one's fingers even in Tao palace forces. They were extremely rare. Zhuowen's main objective this time was actually the Pill-Array Pagoda. The Pill-Array Pagoda contained the Pill-Array Great Tao. Perhaps it could really allow Zhuowen to see the third step of the Pill-Array realm. Zhuowen was very clear that Moyan Wushang's soul was currently lacking 6 desires. At the very least, he would need to reach the third step of the Pill-Array realm before he was qualified to try to treat him. Moreover, if Zhuowen could obtain first place in the pill competition, he would definitely attract the attention of the Pill-Array Immortal Alliance. Wasn't there a Creation grade pill master in the Pill-Array Immortal Alliance? If he obtained first place in the pill competition, he might be able to invite this Creation grade pill master to treat Moyan Wushang. Regardless of the reason, Zhuowen was determined to obtain first place in the pill competition. Moreover, he relied not only on his pill Tao level, but also on the powerful pill art in the mysterious pill book. Although he was only a Heaven's Mandate grade alchemist, if he relied on the alchemy arts in the mysterious alchemy book, Zhuowen had a chance to refine a profound grade divine pill. Although the failure rate was very high, once he succeeded, the quality of the pill would definitely be exceptional. It should be known that even a Xuanji grade alchemist would find it very difficult to refine a special grade Xuanji grade divine pill. Moreover, the failure rate of an ordinary Xuanji grade alchemist refining a Xuanji grade divine pill was quite high. It would be much easier for an eternal grade alchemist to refine a Xuanji grade divine pill. The success rate of eternal grade pill masters refining eternal grade divine pills was the same as mystery grade pill masters. It was also very low. However, Zhuowen was different. As long as he advanced to become an alchemist of the corresponding level, then his success rate of concocting divine pills of the corresponding level would always be close to 100%. Furthermore, the divine pills that he concocted would basically all be of the highest quality, unique grade. Although Zhuowen was only a Heaven's Mandate grade pill master, entering the top 50 of the pill competition wouldn't be a problem. If his pill Tao level broke through to the mystery grade before the pill competition, it wouldn't be impossible for him to obtain first place in the pill competition. This divine medicine valley is indeed not bad. If I could participate in this pill competition, entering the top 50 wouldn't be a problem at all. Unfortunately, I don't have a quota. Zhuowen sighed helplessly and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When the shop assistant heard Zhuowen's sigh, a trace of disapproval appeared in the depths of his eyes. Zhuowen was indeed a Heaven's Mandate grade pill master. However, it would be very difficult for him to obtain first place in the pill competition. In the shop assistant's opinion, Zhuowen was simply boasting. However, he didn't dare to refute Zhuowen. After all, he was only a small shop assistant in the inn. There was a big gap between his status and that of a Heaven's Mandate grade pill master. So, he naturally didn't dare to speak his mind. You said you can enter the top 50 of the pill competition this time. Suddenly, an excited voice came from the table behind Zhuowen. Zhuowen was surprised. He turned around and saw a young woman sitting at the table behind him. This woman looked to be about 24 or 25 years old. At this moment, she was so excited that her face was rosy and 2 small canine teeth were exposed. She looked very cute. Zhuowen looked at this unfamiliar woman with some doubt and said, "Yes, if I can participate in this pill competition, I can indeed enter the top 50. That's great. Hello, my name is Xia Qinfan. You can call me Little Xia. May I know your name, senior brother?" The woman called Xia Qinfan introduced herself as if they were very close. Zhuowen saw that this woman didn't have any evil intentions, so he introduced himself as well. "So it's Senior Brother Zhua. If Senior Brother Zhua is really sure that you can enter the top 50 of the pill competition this time, I can give you a quota," Xia Qinfan said excitedly. Chapter 2805. Xia Qinfan, Senior Brother Zhua. There's no need to be surprised. I'm the daughter of the Tai-Sui sword faction's sect master. I came here to find a suitable alchemist to represent our Tai-Sui sword faction in the pill competition. Since Senior Brother Zhua is so confident that you can enter the top 50, I would like to invite Senior Brother Zhua to represent our Tai-Sui sword faction in the pill competition. Xia Qinfan was clearly an impatient person. Before Zhuowen could say anything, she had already interrupted Zhuowen and announced her objective. Zhuowen was startled. Soon after, the stone in his heart finally fell. He also did not expect that he would actually obtain the quota to participate in the Pill Grand Assembly so easily just by sighing with emotion. Since Xia Qinfan had a spot to participate in the pill competition, the Tai-Sui sword faction she mentioned should be a Dao Palace level faction. "You're from the Tai-Sui sword faction?" Fire Plume looked at Xia Qinfan in surprise. "Fire Plume, is there a problem?" Zhuowen looked at Fire Plume and asked. Fire Plume shook his head and said, "The Tai-Sui sword faction is indeed a Dao Palace level faction. However, because their sect master was seriously injured several hundred years ago and fell into a near-death state, the faction fell into chaos. After several hundred years of internal strife, it seems like it's about to fall into a Dao Palace level faction. Moreover, the Tai-Sui sword faction's internal strife is very serious. The Tai-Sui sword faction's Tai-Sui sword faction." Fire Plume didn't continue speaking. However, Xia Qinfan's beautiful eyes darkened. "Senior Brother Zhua, although our Tai-Sui sword faction has declined and we might not be able to give you a large reward, as long as you can enter the top 50, we'll only take 1 spot. The rest will belong to you. How about it?" Xia Qinfan hurriedly said. Zhuo Wen knew that the majority of Dao Palace level forces would offer a very large reward in order to rope in higher-level alchemists. Their goal was to have these high-level alchemists participate in the Pill Grand Assembly on their behalf and obtain a good ranking. Even when Zhuowen had participated in the pill competition on behalf of the Lightning God Park, the Lightning God Park had given him special privileges as a guest alchemist. They had even symbolically given him some good divine herbs. It was just that Lei Zixuan didn't give him a placing token back then, saying that she would give it to him once they reached the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. From the looks of it, Lei Zixian and Lei Litian had long harbored ill intentions towards Zhuowen. Although the Taisui Sword faction was a Dao Palace level faction, due to their internal strife, they had already exhausted all of their resources. They probably couldn't even afford to hire a single alchemist. It was no wonder that the slot had fallen into his hands so easily. It's fine, as long as I can participate in this pill tempering grand assembly. It doesn't matter if I don't need any compensation. Zhuowen was magnanimous. His goal was only to obtain a spot. With his current wealth, the rewards from the Taisui Sword faction were not enough for him. Hearing this, Xia Qinfan was pleasantly surprised. She hurriedly cupped her hands and thanked Zhuowen. Zhuowen waved his hand to stop Xia Qinfan and said, "Miss Xia, you claim that you have a spot in your hands. Can you let me have a look?" Xia Qinfan hurriedly took out a sparkling and translucent bamboo strip from her spirit ring and handed it to Zhuowen. "This is the entry token for the main venue of the pill competition. As long as you have this bamboo strip, you have the qualifications to participate in the pill competition. Senior Brother Zhuo, take this. After you participate in the pill competition, you just have to report the name of the Taisui Sword faction." After saying this, Xia Qinfan hurriedly left the restaurant. Zhuowen looked at Xia Qinfan with some surprise. Xia Qinfan had given him a placing token, but she didn't bring him to the Taisui Sword faction's encampment. She just left like this. This was too careless. Zhuowen felt that Xia Qinfan seemed to have some hidden troubles. Therefore, after Xia Qinfan left, he secretly planted a divine sense imprint on her body. That little girl might have secretly taken out this entry token. Just look at how sneaky she is. You can tell from her sneaky manner. However, I didn't expect this little girl to trust you so much. Just based on your words, she gave you the placing token. Fire Plume also felt that it was very strange. She felt that this Xia Qinfan trusted Zhuowen too much. After all, this was the first time they had met. I'll follow her and take a look. The three of you should go back to the inn and rest. In the next few days, help me pay attention to whether or not Huangji family's Huangwu has returned. Zhuowen dropped this sentence and quietly left. Xia Qinfan stealthily turned through several remote alleys and finally arrived at an ordinary inn. Her eyes spun around. After hesitating for a moment, she quietly walked into the inn. However, just as Xia Qinfan walked to the entrance, a thick palm stretched out and grabbed her right hand. Xia Qinfan, did you secretly take away a placing token? Why do I only have 3 placing tokens here? This was an extremely sturdy middle-aged man. He stared coldly at Xia Qinfan and spoke in a loud voice. Behind this middle-aged man were several cultivators with powerful auras. They all looked at Xia Qinfan with unfriendly gazes. Xia Qinfan coldly said, "Jiang Mo, why are you suspecting me?" The middle-aged man named Jiang Mo coldly snorted and said, "The placing tokens have always been in my room. After one of them was lost, I searched the others but didn't find any. Moreover, you just happened to go out. Who else could it be other than you?" Xia Qinfan, before the sect master went into seclusion, he entrusted you to my care. I did my best to take care of you, but you are so stubborn. If my Taisui Sword sect were to be handed over to someone as stubborn as you in the future, it would definitely bring shame to the Taisui Sword sect. Now hand over the nameplate. Xia Qinfan was trembling with anger. She coldly said, Jiang Mo, don't go too far. The placing token was obtained by my father. What right do you have to distribute it? I'll make it clear to you now. I've already given that placing token to someone else. A true alchemist who can enter the top 50 is much better than those trash alchemists you found. When Xia Qinfan said this, the expressions of the people behind Jiang Mo turned ugly. They were even flustered and exasperated. Obviously, these people were the alchemists who were going to represent the Tai Sui sword faction in the Pill Grand Assembly. Now that Xia Qinfan called them trash, it would be strange if their expressions were good. Don't tell me you can find a profound great alchemist or an eternal great alchemist. Don't joke around. Can you find an alchemist of this grade? Hurry up and tell me the name and location of that alchemist. I'll go and get it back now, Jiang Mo said with a cold smile. Xia Qinfan turned her head away and completely ignored Jiang Mo. Jiang Mo was flustered and exasperated. He raised his right hand and was about to slap Xia Qinfan's face. However, he was stopped by an aged voice. Jiang Mo, that's enough. Since the placing token has already been given away, there's no need to pursue the matter. Let's stop here. A stooped old man walked out of the inn. This old man was sickly and looked as if he didn't have long to live. However, his eyes were extremely bright. When the old man spoke, Jiang Mo frowned slightly. He sheepishly withdrew his right hand and cupped his hands towards the old man. So it's the Supreme Elder. Since the Supreme Elder has said so, I won't pursue the matter any further. The sickly old man nodded and slowly pulled Xia Qinfan into the inn. Chapter 2806. Improving one's alchemy skills after returning to the inn. Zhuowen fell into deep thought. The situation in Xia Qinfan's Tai Sui sword faction was unclear. The middle-aged man called Jiang Mo was merely a Heaven's Mandate Master. In a Dao Palace level faction like the Tai Sui sword faction, he was at most a steward. Xia Qinfan was the daughter of the sect master. But Jiang Mo had been rude to her at the entrance of the inn. He had scolded and beaten Xia Qinfan at every turn. This made Zhuowen realize that the faction of the Tai Sui sword faction's sect master was weak. Otherwise, Jiang Mo wouldn't have dared to be so impudent. On the other hand, Zhuowen could not see through the Supreme Elder who had suddenly appeared. The Grand Elder's aura wasn't weak. He should be an eternal overlord, much stronger than Jiang Mo. In terms of status, the Grand Elder was definitely much higher than Jiang Mo. However, although Jiang Mo was respectful when the Grand Elder appeared, it wasn't the kind of respect a subordinate would show to a superior. Instead, it was a forced show of respect with a trace of disdain. Moreover, the Grand Elder was an eternal overlord. His strength was much higher than Jiang Mo's. Although he had stopped Jiang Mo from scolding Xia Qinfan, he only took Xia Qinfan away. He didn't punish Jiang Mo accordingly. The Grand Elder seems to be afraid of Jiang Mo. Zhuowen muttered to himself. He guessed that Jiang Mo must have some background. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so impudent in front of the sect master's daughter and the Grand Elder. Thinking of this, Zhuowen shook his head inwardly. He shouldn't meddle in the Tai Sui sword faction's private affairs. However, Xia Qinfan had given him a spot in the pill pageant when he needed it the most. He owed Xia Qinfan a favor. After the pill pageant ended, he would help Xia Qinfan if he had the chance. It could be considered as repayment for the favor of giving him a spot. However, he had to go into seclusion now to improve his alchemy skills. With his current alchemy skills, it wouldn't be difficult for him to enter the top 50 of the pill pageant. However, his goal was the Pill Array Pagoda. This meant that he had to obtain first place in the pill pageant. If he wanted to take first place, he had to raise his alchemy skills to the next level within this half a month and reach the mystic level. Otherwise, it would be very difficult. Zhuowen took out the Emperor Pill Furnace and ignited the divine flame. He planned to use this half a month to refine a profound, great divine pill. What he chose this time was a relatively simple Xuanzhi level divine pill called the Taishan Yuanshan pill. The main effect of this divine pill was to assist profound secrets cultivators in their cultivation. The Taishan primordial spirit increasing pill contained pure energy that was much easier to absorb than the energy in heavenly Tao origin crystals. Using the Taishan elemental spirit increasing pill to cultivate, Xuanji's main cultivation efficiency would be greatly increased, and his cultivation time would be shortened. The Taishan primordial spirit increasing pill was considered a more basic divine pill among the Xuanji level divine pills. The medicinal herbs needed were also quite common, so the refining difficulty was naturally not high. Many Heaven's mandate pill masters would choose to refine this Taishan increasing spirit pill to practice when they were advancing to the profound grade. Before starting to refine the divine pill, Zhuowen informed Fire Plume, Tong Chimei, and Steel Plume in advance not to disturb him before the start of the pill grand assembly. At the same time, he also spent a lot of effort to set up many array formations and restrictions in the room to prevent unexpected situations from happening. When refining the first batch of Taishan increasing spirit increasing pill, Zhuowen was very cautious and the refining process was very successful. However, during the refining process, because he did not control the heat well, it led to the explosion of the furnace. With the mysterious alchemy book's alchemy arts, Zhuowen's refinement of divine herbs was extremely pure, far surpassing that of ordinary alchemists. It was precisely because of the high purity of the divine herbs that he refined that the quality of the divine pills he refined each time reached the top grade. Regarding the first failure, Zhuowen was not discouraged. Instead, he summed up the reasons for the failure and reopened the furnace. The Taishan increasing spirit increasing pills medicinal herbs might be very precious to ordinary alchemists, but for Zhuowen, it was not worth mentioning. In his big world, there was no lack of medicinal herbs for the second step of Tao confirming. Not to mention the Taishan Yuanshan pill, which was an ordinary Xuanji level divine pill. Even the top Xuanji level divine pill, like the second revolution red sun divine pill, had a lot of medicinal herbs in Zhuowen's macro world. In the following time, Zhuowen was completely crazy about refining the Taishan increasing spirit increasing pill. He did not feel the slightest pity for the wasted divine herbs. Every time he failed, Zhuowen summed up the reasons for the failure in a timely manner. It was these repeated failures that allowed Zhuowen's alchemy skills to improve rapidly. In just 10 days, Zhuowen failed a total of 50 times and wasted 50 batches of Taishan increasing spirit increasing pills divine herbs. This was a huge loss, and ordinary alchemists could not afford to waste it. 50 batches of Taishan increasing spirit increasing pills medicinal herbs were all wasted just like this. Not to mention ordinary alchemists, even ordinary Tao Palace level forces would be hurt. After all, if these 50 batches of Taishan increasing spirit increasing pills medicinal herbs were refined by a Taishan increasing spirit increasing pills medicinal herbs, even if the success rate was only 10%, the price of a Taishan increasing spirit increasing pill was extremely high in the market. The value of so many Taishan increasing spirit increasing pill was simply a huge fortune. Looking at the entire host region, perhaps only alchemists like Zhuowen, who had a huge amount of divine herbs, were willing to squander divine herbs like this in order to improve their alchemy skills as quickly as possible. Zhuowen was also helpless. 50 batches of Taishan increasing spirit increasing pills medicinal herbs were wasted just like this. He was also pained. If it was in normal times, he would not be so wasteful. But now was a critical moment, and the pill tempering assembly was about to begin. He had no choice but to do this. On the 51st attempt, Zhuowen's eyes were bright and full of expression as he stared at the Emperor pill furnace. After 50 failures, he had accumulated enough experience and concluded many of the reasons for his failures. Moreover, there were only 7 or 8 days left until the pill tempering assembly. This time he had to succeed. Zhuowen took out another batch of Taishian increasing spirit, increasing pills, medicinal herbs, and ignited the divine fire under the purification furnace. With a wave of his sleeve, he threw the medicinal herbs into the furnace, one by one. His spiritual sense controlled the divine fire as his right hand pinched an alchemy seal. He had done this so many times that it had almost become an instinct. At this moment, his movements were as smooth as flowing water. The purification process was very smooth. Moreover, Zhuowen was surprised to find that the concentration of the divine herbs had reached more than 99%, almost 100%. After the purification was completed, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the emperor pill turtle beside the emperor pill furnace. The emperor pill turtle chuckled and spat out a mouthful of divine fire from the bottom of the furnace. The level of the emperor pill turtle's divine fire was very high. Moreover, it was compatible with the emperor pill furnace. It was of great help to the success rate of refining pills. Zhuowen threw the purified medicinal liquid into the emperor pill furnace. His spiritual sense controlled the divine fire as his hands pinched an alchemy seal. Chapter 2807. At the pill rhythm, assembly time passed second by second, and in a flash, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, the imperial pill furnace had yet to explode. Zhuowen's eyes lit up with joy. In the past, the longest he had lasted in the alchemy segment was 6 hours before the emperor pill furnace exploded due to an uneven heat. But this time, there was no sign of the furnace exploding at all. He knew that success was in sight. Another 2 days passed. The lid of the furnace was enshrouded in a mysterious greenish-yellow aura. A rich, medicinal fragrance filled the room, rising in spirals like an immortal realm. Smelling this medicinal fragrance, Zhuowen felt like he was floating and ascending to immortality. Taking a breath, the turbid air in his internal organs seemed to be dispelled. On the 6th day, the lid of the furnace began to shake irregularly. Immediately, a surge of medicinal aura rushed out of the lid. A whistle sounded, echoing in the room, only to see 12 streaks of light burst out from the imperial pill furnace. These 12 streaks of light seemed to be sentient. They actually shot off in 12 different directions, wanting to escape. Bang, bang, bang. However, Zhuowen had already set up layers of formation restrictions in the room. The 12 streaks of light collided with the restrictions, emitting strange cracking sounds. Zhuowen snorted coldly. Opening his hand, he grabbed at those 12 streaks of light. Those 12 streaks of light wanted to resist, but in the end, they were just medicinal pills. Although they were sentient, they did not have the strength of the Lord of Profound Secrets. Of course, even if the 12 Lord of Profound Secrets appeared in front of Zhuowen, Zhuowen was not afraid. He could still suppress them with one palm. Putting away the 12 streaks of light, Zhuowen opened his right hand. In his palm, 12 round medicinal pills lay quietly. Their brilliance was boundless, emitting an extraordinary aura. Really didn't expect the profound, grade divine pills to already be sentient. The moment the pills were formed, such a phenomenon actually appeared. Zhuowen's eyes shone. This was his first time refining a profound, grade divine pill, so he was rather interested in the phenomenon of pill formation. And from the moment he successfully refined the Taishian essence, increasing pill, Zhuowen's alchemy level also underwent a qualitative change. All the doubts in his heart regarding alchemy in the past, at this moment, he understood without a teacher. Dong! At this moment, the distant sound of a bell could be heard from outside, ringing in their ears and directly entering their hearts. Zhuowen stood up. He knew that the Pill Array Immortal Alliance's Pill Grand Assembly was about to begin. When he opened the door, Fireplume and Tong Chimei were already waiting outside. Seeing that Zhuowen had finally come out, the three of them revealed a trace of relief between their brows. Brother Zhua, the main venue of this year's Pill Grand Assembly is the plaza in front of the Pill Array Tower. We should set off now. Fireplume said. Zhuowen nodded. Before he left, he asked Fireplume, "Miss Fireplume, has Huang Wu returned to the Huangji family's team?" Fireplume nodded and said, "3 days after you went into seclusion, Huang Wu did indeed return. However, he went into seclusion as soon as he returned. I think his injuries are not light." Speaking of Huang Wu, Fireplume and the others thought of Lei Litian from the Lightning God's garden, and their gazes towards Zhuowen became even more reverent. Previously in Zhuowen's great world, they had personally seen Zhuowen kill Lei Litian. Lei Litian was the Lightning God's garden master, a mid-stage god of creation. In the host territory, he could be considered an elite of the older generation. In their eyes, he was like a celestial being that could only be seen from afar. However, such an elite had actually died right in front of their eyes. The shock in their hearts back then could not be described with words. Zhuowen was very clear about Huang Wu's injuries. Previously, Huang Wu and Lei Litian had a disagreement, and he had been severely injured by Lei Litian. In the end, he had been forced to burn his blood essence to escape. This could be said to be one disaster after another. If Huang Wu wanted to recover from his injuries, he would not be able to do so in a short time. Zhuowen guessed that Huang Wu's current strength was most likely only slightly stronger than a half-step god of creation. If he encountered Huang Wu again, Zhuowen would not even need to rely on the Hou-Yi divine arrow. He would be able to completely suppress and even kill Huang Wu. The group of 4 arrived near the Pill Formation Pagoda, and they discovered that the surrounding area was bustling with activity. Although it was very noisy near the Pill Formation Pagoda, after careful observation, Zhuowen discovered that the surrounding cultivators were all gathered in orderly groups. Zhuowen's group was the most irregular. He knew that this was a gathering place for itinerant cultivators, and it was very chaotic. Looking around, Zhuowen discovered a few familiar faces. For example, the Huangji family, the Lightning God's Garden, and the Taisui Sword Sect. Among them, Zhuowen saw a gloomy Huang Wu in the Huangji family's group. Huang Shan was beside Huang Wu. On the other hand, the Lightning God's group was completely silent. Lei Zixuan led a group of higher-ups, and they all had gloomy expressions. This was because ever since Lei Litian chased after Zhuowen a month ago, he had completely disappeared and had yet to return. Coupled with the fact that Lei Litian's candle of life had been extinguished, news of Lei Litian's death had spread like wildfire, and everyone in the Lightning God's Park was abuzz. It was not that Lei Zixuan did not find Huang Wu to ask about Lei Litian's whereabouts, but she was scared off by Huang Wu's terrifying killing intent. If the Pill Formation Immortal Alliance did not allow private fights, Lei Zixuan did not doubt that Huang Wu would attack her. She really wanted to know what had happened a month ago, but Huang Wu was too lazy to explain to her. As for that Zhuowen in Lei Zixuan's eyes, he was already a thing of the past. She subconsciously ignored that Zhuowen. From Lei Zixuan's point of view, Zhuowen must have died more than a month ago. Even if Lei Litian had met with a mishap, she did not blame Zhuowen for Lei Litian's disappearance. Lei Zixuan could not be blamed for ignoring Zhuowen. The main reason was that Zhuowen's cultivation level was too low. He did not even have the qualifications to fight with Lei Litian. In the Taisui sword faction, Jiang Emo looked coldly at Xia Qinfan, who was standing beside the Taisui sword faction's Grand Elder, and said mockingly, "Today is the Pill Tempering Grand Assembly. I wonder if the alchemist that Miss Xia found can enter the top 50? If he can't enter the top 50, Miss Xia, then you'll be a sinner of the Taisui sword faction. According to the Taisui sword faction's laws, anyone who harms the interests of the sect will be crushed by the lightning chariot. Even if you are the daughter of the sect master, you are no exception." When Jiang Emo said this, everyone in the Taisui sword faction was moved. The lightning chariot was the most severe punishment of the Taisui sword faction. The lightning chariot was extremely heavy, and even second-step Dao validation cultivators would not be able to withstand it. If Xia Qinfan was crushed by the lightning chariot, she would definitely die. The Grand Elder's eyes emitted a cold light. He looked at Jiang Emo and said, "Jiang Emo, it's just a spot. Isn't it too much to use the lightning chariot to crush her?" Jiang Emo cupped his hands at the Grand Elder and said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, "Grand Elder, you can't protect this woman. As the saying goes, if a gentleman breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner. If there are no rules, nothing can be accomplished. Everyone must abide by the sect's laws. If the Grand Elder is not satisfied, you can return to the sect and ask Senior Brother Jean for an explanation. I believe that Senior Brother Jean will give me justice." Chapter 2808. Refining Heavy Ironhide Bambusia Chinfan, who was standing beside the Grand Elder, glared at Jiang Emo with her beautiful eyes and said coldly, "The alchemist I found is much stronger than the trash alchemist you found. He will definitely be able to enter the top 50 in this Pill Grand Assembly." Jiang Emo sneered but didn't say anything. The competition in this pill competition was extremely fierce. He had spent a lot of money to invite a profound, great alchemist, but he wasn't confident that he could enter the top 50. He knew very well that because of the Divine Medicine Valley, the 5 Tao Palace forces had also sent alchemists to participate. Just the number of eternal grade alchemists participating this time was probably in the triple digits. This was still because the Pill Grand Assembly had set up restrictions on the participants. Otherwise, Genesis grade alchemists would probably appear in this Pill Grand Assembly. In Jiang Mo's opinion, even an eternal grade alchemist would find it difficult to enter the top 50. The chances of getting a profound grade alchemist were extremely slim. Moreover, the price of inviting an eternal grade alchemist was too high. Xia Qinfan couldn't possibly afford it. In his opinion, the alchemist she invited might not even be at the heavenly fate grade. The surroundings of the Pill Array Pagoda were still noisy, but Zhuowen had already scanned the surrounding teams. The most noteworthy ones were the teams from the 5 Tao Palace forces. The leaders of these 5 Tao Palace forces were basically all Genesis grade alchemists. In Zhuowen's opinion, the Genesis grade alchemists' auras were even stronger than Huang Wu and Lei Litian's. This also meant that the leaders of these 5 Tao Palace forces were basically at the late stage of the Genesis grade alchemist realm. Some were even at the peak of the Genesis grade alchemist realm. After a while, the noisy surroundings became much quieter. Everyone's gaze landed on the Pill Array Pagoda. At the top of the pagoda, an old man in a wide robe slowly descended. The moment this old man landed, the surrounding temperature plummeted. It was as cold as winter. Zhuowen acutely sensed that the restrictions set up around the Pill Array Pagoda were becoming restless because of this old man's arrival. It was as if this old man could completely activate the restrictions around the Pill Array Pagoda and kill everyone gathered here if he wanted to. "Thank you for coming to the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. I am Huan Taiping, the host of this pill competition." The old man's voice was full of vigor. His face was rosy, and his wide robe fluttered even though there was no wind. He looked like a carefree old immortal. After the old man announced his name, many of the leaders around him revealed looks of awe. Even the leaders of the 5 Tao Palace forces cupped their fists at the old man from afar as a sign of respect. I didn't expect Huan Taiping to be the host this time. He's one of the only Genesis pill refiners in the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. He has a high status and is a true big shot, Fireplume sighed. Zhuowen's expression was solemn. The status of a Genesis tier alchemist was much higher than that of a god of creation cultivator. Their status also far surpassed that of a god of creation cultivator. In fact, their status was comparable to the status of the master of creation. He didn't think that the Pill Array Immortal Alliance would send such a big shot to host this event. It seemed like they truly placed a lot of importance on this pill tempering grand meat. The rules of the competition this time are very simple. There are a total of 2 rounds. The first round is to purify the godly medicine. The top 300 will enter the second round. The second round is to refine pills. After the pills are formed, the judging committee will evaluate the color, quality, grade, and success rate of the pills. They will then send out the corresponding rankings. The final result will be the sum of the points from the 2 rounds. The top 50 will be given the corresponding 1,000 spots. The first place of this pill tempering grand meet will have the opportunity to enter the pill array pagoda. After Huan Taiping finished speaking, he waved his sleeves. 2 rays of light shot out from his sleeves and landed on the spacious square. The square was divided into 2 areas by the 2 rays of light. One of the areas was several hundred square meters in size. It had a protruding surface of 3 meters and 13 spots. The other area was several thousand square meters in size. There was a fire pit in this area. Zhuowen knew that this area should be the venue of the grand alchemy competition. There are a total of 13 judges this time. Besides me, the other 12 are all experienced peak eternal tier alchemists. They are the true elites of the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. Huan Taiping was expressionless. After he finished speaking, 12 alchemists in wide robes walked out of the square. They each sat on the main altar, leaving the central seat empty. That was Huan Taiping's seat. Alchemists who have a spot token, please enter. Huan Taiping opened his mouth once again. Soon after, densely packed figures appeared around the plaza. There were at least several thousand of them. Zhuowen casually chose a remote spot and sat cross-legged like an old monk. His gaze fell on the prepared divine medicine on the stone platform in front of him. It was a pitch-black bamboo pole. It was more than 3 feet and 10 inches wide. The surface of the bamboo pole was grayish-white like a rock. It looked like a bamboo pole carved from stone. Heavy ironhide bamboo? Zhuowen looked surprised. This heavy ironhide bamboo's grade wasn't very high. It was only a profound tier divine medicine. However, this heavy ironhide bamboo skin was extremely thick. It was the most difficult divine medicine to purify among all the profound tier divine medicines. It was even more difficult to purify than many eternal tier divine medicines. Even many eternal tier alchemists had a headache over this divine medicine material. After discovering that the divine medicine to be purified was actually the heavy ironhide bamboo, many alchemists' expressions turned ugly. You only have 6 hours. Once 6 hours are up, all of you will stop. At that time, I and the judges will set up a grand array to test the purity. At that time, you will be ranked according to the purity. Huan Taiping didn't care about the bitter expressions of many cultivators. After he finished speaking, he began to count down. Many alchemists had no choice but to bite the bullet. They took out their purification furnaces, ignited their divine flames, and began to purify step by step. After Zhuowen observed the heavy ironhide bamboo for a while, he didn't hesitate to take out the Pill Emperor turtle. After coercing it to spit out its divine flame, he began to concentrate on the purification. The Pill Emperor turtle's divine flame was born for refining pills. It was much stronger than Zhuowen's divine flame. In addition, the heavy ironhide bamboo skin was too thick. Zhuowen didn't dare to be careless. The plaza became much quieter all of a sudden, and the only sound was the crackling of the divine fire. Many forces raised their heads to watch the purification of their respective alchemists. They all hoped that their alchemists could get a good result in the first round. In the Tai Sui sword faction, Jiang Mo's expression didn't look too good. He also had some understanding of the heavy ironhide bamboo. Ordinary, profound, great alchemists had no way to purify this divine medicine. Even for eternal grade alchemists, the heavy ironhide bamboo was a great challenge. Jiang Mo was very clear that the 3 alchemists he found this time would probably be eliminated in the first round. They had no hope of entering the second round. Xia Qinfan, standing beside the Grand Elder, had a pale face. She saw Zhuowen appear in the square, but she couldn't feel happy. She also knew about the heavy ironhide bamboo. Although she knew that Zhuowen's alchemy skills were good. She knew that Zhuowen's alchemy skills shouldn't be at the eternal grade. But for alchemists below the eternal level, the heavy iron-skin bamboo was an insurmountable problem. It was simply impossible to solve. The first round's questions would eliminate all alchemists below the eternal grade. Chapter 2809. Ranking Jiang Mo was irritated. He glanced at Xia Qinfan and said coldly, "Miss Xia, where is the alchemist you found? Didn't you say he would definitely enter the top 50? Let me see what kind of person he is." Xia Qinfan didn't seem to hear him. She stood there in a daze. The bitter smile on her face proved that she was also not calm. Seeing that Xia Qinfan didn't answer, Jiang Mo became angry. He raised his voice and said, "Xia Qinfan, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?" The Supreme Elder looked at Jiang Mo coldly and said, "Steward Jiang, when the results of the first round are out, we will know who the last cultivator representing our Taisui sword faction is." Jiang Mo let out a cold snort after the Grand Elder had spoken. However, he did not say anything else. In his heart, he was thinking about how he should use a proper reason to punish Xia Qinfan after this grand meeting ended. Xia Qinfan's identity as the daughter of the sect master was always a thorn in his side. He couldn't wait to get rid of her. Time ticked by, and the square was overflowing with fiery light. Many of the participating alchemists were concentrating on refining the heavy iron-skin bamboo in their hands. Zhuowen's face became ugly as he continued to refine the bamboo. The difficulty of refining the heavy iron-hide bamboo was beyond his expectations. 2 hours had passed, and he had only refined about 50% of it. Moreover, the further he refined, the harder it got. Zhuowen estimated that after 6 hours, he would only be able to refine 90% of it. Ever since Zhuowen became an alchemist, his refining precision had never been lower than 90%. Most of the time, it was above 99%. Today was his lowest refining precision. Zhuowen was worried. With such a low refining precision, it would be difficult for him to get first place in the first round. Zhuowen's heart was filled with pressure. He didn't dare to be careless. He concentrated and controlled the divine flame to continuously refine the essence of the heavy iron-hide bamboo. Along with the sound of a distant bell, the 6 hours were finally over. The alchemists who were still refining in the square stopped what they were doing. Zhuowen felt a little helpless. He extinguished the divine flame and looked at the medicinal liquid in the purification furnace, frowning slightly. He had already tried his best to purify it, but in the end the precision of the extraction barely reached 90%. Zhuowen was very dissatisfied with this result. It was also the worst result he had ever achieved in the purification process. "If you give me another 2 hours, I might be able to continue purifying it and reach a purity of more than 99%. Zhuowen secretly shook his head. His heart was full of regret, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he had tried his best. Huan Taiping stood up from the judging panel and surveyed the plaza. His loud and clear voice rang out as he said, 6 hours have passed. The first round can be considered to have come to an end. Next, we will evaluate the results of the various alchemists." As he spoke, Huan Taiping took out 9 array flags and waved them out, setting up a rather large array in front of the plaza. This array is to evaluate the results of everyone's purification. It can fairly evaluate the points of everyone's purification results and give the corresponding ranking. Huan Taiping pointed at the array that had just been set up and continued, "Everyone can collect a small bottle of extraction liquid and place it in this array." After Huan Taiping finished speaking, the alchemists in the plaza all took out jade bottles. After scooping out a small bottle from each of their purification furnaces, they placed their respective extraction liquid in the array. When all of the alchemists' extraction liquid were placed in the array emitted a dazzling white light. Then, in the air of the plaza, a huge projection was projected. On the projection, one ranking after another slowly appeared, from the lowest to the highest. The The various forces outside the square were also staring intently at the projection. 3,790. Hengshan sex and Hao, purity 11%. When Hao's name appeared on the screen, a black-faced alchemist in the plaza left dejectedly. Obviously, the one who took the initiative to leave was this Hao. 3,789. Extreme martial sex Chen Wu, purity 12%. 1,355. White vast sex Lu Xan, purity 32%. As more and more names appeared on the projection, more and more cultivators left the plaza. Many forces around the plaza revealed disappointed expressions. Obviously, it meant that their alchemists had all been eliminated. Jiang Mo of the Tai Sui sword sect had an extremely ugly expression on his face. The 3 alchemists he had invited were all ranked outside the top 1,000. This also meant that his Tai Sui sword sect had no chance of getting a share of the divine medicine valley this time. How unlucky! It seems that this pill-tempering assembly was in vain. Jiang Mo couldn't help but curse in a low voice. The surrounding disciples of the Tai Sui sword sect didn't utter a word. They were afraid that if they said one more word, they would infuriate Jiang Mo. Xia Qinfan, the alchemist you invited, was also eliminated, right? The quota you stole is very important. I had already contacted an eternal-level alchemist and planned to give the last quota to that alchemist. If we had the help of that eternal-level alchemist, our Tai Sui sword sect would have a great chance of entering the top 50. But now, because of your selfishness, our Tai Sui sword sect fell short of success. Let's see how you explain this to Senior Brother Jean when we return. Jiang Mo stared coldly at Xia Qinfan, who was not far away. He vented all the anger in his heart on Xia Qinfan. The other disciples of the Tai Sui sword sect didn't dare to speak. Even the Grand Elder was unusually silent, although they didn't believe that Jiang Mo could invite an eternal-level alchemist. It was indeed Xia Qinfan's fault that she stole a quota and gave it to someone else. Even if they knew that Jiang Mo was distorting the truth and exaggerating, Xia Qinfan had already been caught by Jiang Mo. Xia Qinfan couldn't refute this point. The Grand Elder also knew that he couldn't say anything. Jiang Mo was in the right. If he said anything, he would be accused by Jiang Mo. Xia Qinfan glanced at Jiang Mo indifferently and said coldly, "The alchemist I chose hasn't been eliminated yet. Moreover, he has entered the top 1,000. His name hasn't appeared yet." Jiang Mo was stunned. Then he sneered and said, "Xia Qinfan, are you still trying to quibble? Do you still think that the alchemist you chose can enter the top 50? You're still dreaming, aren't you?" Xia Qinfan didn't even look at Jiang Mo. She retorted, "I'll tell you now. The alchemist I chose is called Zhuowen. His ranking is now in the 900s, but I haven't seen his name appear on the projection. This means that Zhuowen's ranking is above this. I have a hunch that he can enter the top 300 in the first round and smoothly advance to the second round." When Xia Qinfan said this, the cultivators of the Tai Sui sword sect subconsciously looked at the projection. After searching several times, they indeed couldn't find Zhuowen's name. A glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. Chapter 2810. Attention, the Supreme Elder looked through the projection several times. After confirming that Zhuowen's name was not there, he nodded inwardly. He was looking forward to seeing this Zhuowen that Xia Qinfan had mentioned. He was very clear that if the alchemist that Xia Qinfan found could enter the top 300, or even the top 50, his future would be extraordinary. If Xia Qinfan was able to rope in such a genius alchemist, her authority in the Tai Sui sword faction would be much greater. She would not be suppressed by Zhan Chengxian. Jiang Mo furrowed his brows. A glint flashed in his eyes as he coldly sneered. "What dog fart, Zhuowen? I think you made up that name. I think you couldn't find an alchemist, so you hid the entry token. Now you're boasting in front of me. It's up to you to believe me or not. When the results are out, you'll know whether I'm boasting or not." Xia Qinfan was too lazy to pay attention to Jiang Mo. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the projection. She hoped that Zhuowen would enter the top 300. At the very least, she would be able to suppress Jiang Mo in the pill competition and leave this loathsome fellow speechless. "You're lying to yourself." Jiang Mo sneered disdainfully. His eyes were also fixed on the projection. On the surface, he looked disdainful of Zhuowen. He even believed that Zhuowen was made up by Xia Qinfan. However, when he saw Xia Qinfan's expression, he felt a little nervous. If Xia Qinfan really found a powerful alchemist, it would not be a good thing for his faction. After all, it wasn't easy for his faction to firmly suppress Xia Qinfan's faction. If a powerful alchemist were to join Xia Qinfan's faction, it might be possible for Xia Qinfan's faction to make a comeback. When he thought of this possibility, Jiang Mo hoped that Zhuowen would appear sooner. Or perhaps that Zhuowen was a fictional character created by Xia Qinfan. As the rankings on the projection got closer and closer, the number of alchemists in the plaza decreased. The alchemists that were eliminated all left the plaza. As she got closer to the 300th place, Xia Qinfan became more and more nervous. At the same time, she became more and more excited. She didn't expect Zhuowen to be so powerful that he could rank so high in the first round. He was already close to the 300th place, but Zhuowen's name still hadn't appeared on the projection. 301st place, Storm Valley's Nyi. Purity, 52%. After the 301st place was reported, a middle-aged man in a black robe sighed softly and his eyes dimmed, after which he left the square. It had to be said that this Nya Yu was really unlucky. He just happened to be one place away and was eliminated just like that. In the Taisui sword sect, Xia Qinfan covered her mouth when she saw the 301st name. She was so excited that her body was trembling. She knew that the alchemist she had chosen had entered the top 300. After passing the first round, he could enter the second round of the competition. The Supreme Elder standing beside Xia Qinfan also showed a rare fluctuation in his eyes. He knew that the alchemist Xia Qinfan had chosen this time was really not simple. The other cultivators in the Taisui sword sect's team also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At least the alchemists of their Taisui sword sect didn't get eliminated in the first round. This wasn't too embarrassing. On the other hand, Jiang Mo furrowed his brows. His face didn't look too good. Obviously, he didn't expect that the alchemist Xia Qinfan had chosen would be so extraordinary that he could enter the top 300. This made him feel a sense of crisis. At the same time, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the remaining 300 alchemists in the plaza were much more relaxed. They knew that they had successfully entered the top 300, so they weren't as worried as they were at the beginning. The 300 alchemists who had relaxed began to size up the other alchemists. They knew that the other alchemists present would be strong competitors in the second round. Zhuowen stood in the same place and didn't move. He was confident that he would get the first place in the first round. The 301st place in the first round had only refined the heavy iron skin bamboo to 52% purity. However, Zhuowen had refined it to 90% purity. The difference between the two was too big. Zhuowen really couldn't think of a reason why he couldn't get the first place in the first round. 300th place, Thunder God Park's Lin Xie. Purity, 51. 3%. When the 300th place was announced, everyone in the Thunder God Park's team heaved a sigh of relief. Even Lei Zixuan, who was at the front of the team, revealed a trace of a smile. Lin Xie was the only eternal alchemist among the 7 alchemists sent by the Thunder God Park. He was also the strongest alchemist sent by the Thunder God Park. Although Lin Xie's result in the first round was only barely enough to enter the second round, which wasn't ideal, he had succeeded. As long as his performance in the second round was better, there was still hope for him to enter the top 50. When Lin Xie's name was announced, Zhuowen glanced over inadvertently, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He was no stranger to Lin Xie. When he was led into the Thunder God by Lei Zixuan, he had seen Lin Xie. However, at that time, Lin Xie was very arrogant and looked down on everyone. He was disdainful of Zhuowen and even disdained to be in the same cabin as Zhuowen. Therefore, Zhuowen was assigned to the lower cabin. In Zhuowen's opinion, Lin Xie was at most an ordinary eternal alchemist. With Lin Xie's level, Zhuowen felt that it was very difficult for him to get into the top 50 of this pill tempering conference. The rankings on the projection continued to push forward, and many eternal grade pill masters who already had some fame appeared on the projection. Moreover, the remaining 300 alchemists were basically eternal alchemists. Many of them were familiar with each other and knew each other well. However, there was one person who stood out, and that was Zhuowen. Zhuowen was definitely a stranger among these 300 alchemists. It was the first time that the others had seen Zhuowen. What attracted everyone's attention was not that Zhuowen was a stranger, but that Zhuowen's alchemy aura was not strong. It was weaker than the surrounding eternal alchemists. This guy doesn't seem to be an eternal alchemist, but a profound-level alchemist. How did he enter the top 300? Who is this guy? Have you already been eliminated? Why are you still here? Are you trying to make up the numbers? The surrounding alchemists were discussing and paying attention to Zhuowen. Lin Xie's gaze also fell on Zhuowen. Immediately he frowned slightly. He felt that this profound-level alchemist was somewhat familiar. Lin Xie thought for a while and finally remembered this profound-level alchemist. Wasn't this alchemist the heavenly fate alchemist that Lei Zixuan brought to the Thunder God? He remembered that Lei Zixuan called this person Alchemist Zhuo at that time. It had only been more than a month, but Alchemist Zhuo's alchemy level had risen again and reached the profound level. Chapter 28:11. First, it's him. Zhuowen didn't die. How did he get here? In the Lightning God's Garden, Lei Zixuan finally noticed the alchemist that was being discussed. When she saw the alchemist's face, her beautiful eyes narrowed. She recognized that the alchemist was Zhuowen. However, wasn't Zhuowen chased by Huangwu and Lei Litian until he escaped from the Thunder God ship? With Zhuowen's strength, he would definitely die if he encountered Genesis realm experts like Huangwu and Lei Litian. However, this damned Zhuowen didn't die. Furthermore, he had come to the Pill Array Immortal Alliance to participate in the pill competition. Furthermore, he had entered the top 300 in the first round right under her eyes. The matter with the Lightning God's Garden Lord must be related to this kid. After he's eliminated in the second round, I will capture him and interrogate him. Lei Zixuan's beautiful eyes flickered, emitting a cold light as she stared at Zhuowen in the plaza. In Lei Zixuan's opinion, Zhuowen was able to enter the top 300 in the first round because of luck. After the second round, he would immediately be exposed and eliminated. On the other side, Huangji clan's Huangwu looked at Zhuowen with a bewildered expression. He clearly remembered that he had killed Zhuowen with a single palm strike. Zhuowen's body and soul had been destroyed. He couldn't be more dead. However, Zhuowen had appeared in front of him alive. He recalled that he had been tricked by Zhuowen and was chased by Lei Litian to the point that he could only burn his essence blood to escape. Even now, his vitality had yet to recover. Huang Wu's hatred for Zhuowen had reached the extreme. He couldn't wait to tear out Zhuowen's tendons and tear his bones. Little bastard, it's best that you didn't die. After you're eliminated, you won't be able to escape. I will definitely let you taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. Huang Wu's eyes were ferocious as he looked at Zhuowen with undisguised killing intent. Zhuowen naturally sensed the killing intent in the gazes directed at him from the surroundings. Even without looking, he knew that the only ones who had revealed killing intent towards him were probably Huangji clan's Huangwu and Lightning God Garden's Lei Zixuan. Zhuowen sneered in his heart. He had yet to collect the debt that Lei Litian and Huang Wu had imposed on him. Now that these two forces wanted to deal with him, they couldn't blame Zhuowen for being ruthless. The rankings continued to move forward, and soon they reached the top 100. The discussions of the numerous alchemists in the public square became even more intense, because they discovered that the name of the profound, great alchemist that they were doubting still hadn't appeared. Obviously, this profound, great alchemist had entered the top 100 in the first round. Xia Qinfan from the Tai Sui sword faction was so excited that she almost stood up. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Zhuowen. She didn't expect that Zhuowen would actually enter the top 100, which meant that Zhuowen had a very high chance of entering the top 50. If Zhuowen could really enter the top 50, then their Tai Sui sword faction would really be rich. Moreover, she was the one who had found this alchemist. Xia Qinfan was very clear that with this relationship, her authority in the Tai Sui sword faction would greatly increase. Miss, you really found a powerful alchemist this time. Perhaps this time, our Tai Sui sword faction really has a chance to enter the Divine Medicine Valley. The Supreme Elder was clearly a little excited. Jiang Mo's expression was very ugly, but it was rare for him to remain silent. He didn't mock and ridicule Xia Qinfan. Soon, the rankings reached the 50th place, but Zhuowen's name still didn't appear. Next, the projected rankings continued to move forward. The top 40, the top 30, the top 20, all the way to the 10th place, but Zhuowen's name still didn't appear. At this moment, not only did the 300 alchemists on the plaza feel that something was wrong, but many of the forces around the plaza also felt that something was wrong. Zhuowen could be said to be the only profound, grade alchemist among the 300 alchemists, and his grade was the lowest. But now, the rankings had already shown the 10th place, but his name still hadn't appeared. Didn't that mean that this person's ranking in the first round was in the top 10? Many people didn't believe that a mere profound, great alchemist had the ability to enter the top 10. So they started to suspect that there might be a problem with the formation that Huan Taiping had set up. Many alchemists who had been eliminated also had hope in their eyes, and they started to make a fuss. They all knew that once this formation detected a problem, the results of the first round would definitely not count. At that time, they would have to purify the rankings again. In the Tai Sui sword factions team, Xia Qinfan's beautiful eyes were filled with fear. She also started to suspect that there might be a problem with this formation. She was very surprised that Zhuowen had entered the top 300, and she was pleasantly surprised that he had entered the top 100. But now that he had entered the top 10, she started to feel doubt and fear. Those who were able to enter the top 10 in this pill pageant were basically alchemists sent out by the 5 great Tao palaces, and Zhuowen, this dark horse, was really too dark. He had actually charged into the top 10 like this, which was really too unrealistic. The commotion in the plaza started to become more intense. Huan Taiping also stood up and coldly swept his gaze over the surroundings and said, "Everything is normal with the formation. If there are any doubters, you can hand over your purified medicinal liquid for us judges to examine personally. If it really doesn't match your actual results, I'll let you directly enter the second round. If it's not wrong and you're still making a fuss, then I'll directly erase your identity as an alchemist, and you'll never have the right to refine pills." When Huan Taiping said this, the alchemists who had been making a fuss all fell silent, not daring to act rashly. After Huan Taiping finished speaking, he sat back down in his seat. However, his gaze faintly fell on the plaza where Zhuowen was standing. 9th place, 10 absolutes in Corp sect, asserts that the purity is 73. 1%. 5th place, Falling Star Mountains Emperor Mo, purity is 75. 2%. 4th place, Hong Xing from the Scarlet Mountain Villa, purity is 76. 5%. Just as everyone had guessed, the top 10 were basically monopolized by alchemists from the 5 great Tao palaces. However, everyone's attention now fell on Zhuowen. Now he was already ranked 4th, but this profound grade alchemist's name still wasn't there. Didn't that mean that this guy had entered the top 3 in the first round? 3rd place, Chasing Sun Temple's Ri Hui, purity is 77. 78%. Second place, Void Palace's Void God. Purity is 78%. When the projection showed the name of the second place, everyone's actions were surprisingly uniform, and all their attention fell on Zhuowen, who was in the center of the plaza. They all knew that the only profound grade alchemist in the plaza before them was also the alchemist with the lowest level among the 300 alchemists. He had obtained first place in the first round, and shocked everyone present. First place, Taisui Sword Sex Zhuowen. Purity is 90%. However, when the name of the first place finally appeared on the projection, the atmosphere in the plaza was extremely stagnant, and there was absolute silence. Chapter 28:12. Heavenly soul, marrow, cleansing divine, pill. The atmosphere in the plaza was like the surface of a frozen river. It was completely silent. However, this silence only lasted for a short while. Then, like a tidal wave, each wave was higher than the previous one. The entire plaza was in an uproar, and it was extremely noisy. Everyone was crazily discussing, and the main character of their discussion was Zhuowen. The Taisui Sword Faction's team was petrified, and they stood in a daze. When they confirmed that Zhuowen had indeed obtained first place in the first round of the pill competition, and that the faction in front of Zhuowen's name was indeed the Taisui Sword Faction, they were ecstatic. Xia Qinfan was so excited that her entire body trembled. Her beautiful face was incomparably red from ecstasy, and she even cried tears of joy. The Supreme Elder, who had always been as calm as water, was also trembling. His lips trembled as he grabbed Xia Qinfan and said excitedly, "Young miss, you've really found the right person this time. If this pill master Zhua's results in the second round aren't too bad, it won't be a problem for him to enter the top 50 of the pill competition. This time, our Taisui Sword Faction has really met a benefactor." Jiang Mo was completely silent. He didn't say anything, but the killing intent in the depths of his eyes was extremely dense. In 6 hours, he was able to refine the heavy iron-hide bamboo to 90% purity. This kid is really extraordinary. Huan Taiping calmed down, his eyes shining as he looked at Zhuo Wen in the plaza. The other 12 judges also revealed shocked expressions. The heavy iron-hide bamboo was more difficult to refine than the majority of eternal-grade divine herbs. Most eternal-grade alchemists would find it difficult to refine it to 90% in 6 hours. Generally, only Genesis-grade alchemists who had surpassed the eternal grade could do it. However, this Zhuowen had actually done it. What was even rarer was that this kid was only a profound grade alchemist. They were all experienced alchemists of the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. Now, they had suddenly discovered such a talented junior. Moreover, this junior didn't seem to be an alchemist of the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. The 13 judges, including Huan Taiping, all had the thought of inviting Zhuowen to join the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. However, the Pill Grand Assembly had yet to end, so they could only think about it. After the Grand Assembly ended, they would personally find Zhuowen to discuss the details of joining the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. The 300 spots for the first round have been decided. This result is fair and just. There is nothing wrong with it. I hope that those alchemists who are unconvinced will give up on the idea of getting lucky. Huan Taiping looked all around, his clear voice resounding in the air above the plaza. Those alchemists who originally harbored wishful thinking all fell silent, not daring to make a fuss anymore. Huan Taiping had a high position in the Pill Array Immortal Alliance, and his prestige was extremely high. Now that he had spoken, the others naturally didn't dare to say anything. Next up is the second round, which is alchemy. However, the alchemy segment is extremely free, and there are not many rules. Everyone can refine the divine pills according to the alchemy recipes that you are familiar with. Furthermore, you have 3 chances to refine it. Please make good use of it. The scores for the second round will be reviewed by us 13 judges. We will evaluate your pill formation rate, quality, grade, and other aspects, and then rank you accordingly. Huan Taiping's character was quite decisive, and he didn't hesitate to do things. With a wave of his sleeve, the remaining 300 alchemists in the plaza immediately started the second round of the competition. Zhuowen stood in his seat with a contemplative look in his eyes. The second round was about alchemy. Zhuowen knew very well that among the 300 alchemists, his alchemy Dao level was undoubtedly the lowest. He was only at the profound grade. In other words, his current highest pill formation rate was naturally only at the profound grade divine pill. Of course, if Zhuowen used the mysterious pill art, it wasn't that he couldn't refine the eternal pill, but the failure rate was very high. This pill grand assembly was very important to Zhuowen. If he failed to refine the eternal grade divine pill, Zhuowen knew that even if he took the first place in the first round, his overall score wouldn't make it into the top 50 and he would be eliminated. However, refining the profound grade divine pill was very simple for Zhuowen. At least, he could refine the profound grade divine pill with a success rate of more than 90%, and the failure rate was very low. After thinking about it for a long time, Zhuowen finally chose a profound grade divine pill called the Heavenly Soul Marrow Cleansing Divine Pill. Although the Heavenly Soul Marrow Cleansing Divine Pill was only a profound grade divine pill, it was far more precious than most eternal grade divine pills. In terms of value, it was comparable to the second Revolution Red Sun Spirit Pill mentioned before. Moreover, the Heavenly Soul Marrow Cleansing Divine Pill was known as the most difficult, profound grade divine pill to refine. Even many eternal grade alchemists had a failure rate of more than 90% when refining this divine pill. It could be said that this divine pill was a headache for even eternal grade alchemists. Of course, although the Heavenly Soul Marrow Cleansing Divine Pill was very difficult to refine, it was a divine pill that many cultivators yearned for. This was because the effect of this divine pill was specifically to strengthen the soul. Zhuowen had inadvertently learned the pill recipe of the Heavenly Soul Marrow Cleansing Divine Pill from the mysterious alchemy book. Zhuowen knew that as long as he could successfully refine the Heavenly Soul Marrow Cleansing Divine Pill, its value would definitely surpass that of ordinary eternal grade divine pills. Unless it was a top-grade eternal grade divine pill, its value couldn't be compared with the Heavenly Soul Marrow Cleansing Divine Pill. Moreover, Zhuowen was a little worried that the refining of the Heavenly Soul Marrow Cleansing Divine Pill was extremely difficult. This was his first time refining it, so he didn't know if he could successfully refine it. But now he had no choice. The Heavenly Soul Marrow Cleansing Divine Pill was the top-grade divine pill among the profound grade divine pills. It was comparable to eternal grade divine pills. If he didn't refine this divine pill and instead refined an ordinary profound grade divine pill, he could enter the top 50, but it would be wishful thinking to win the first place in this pill tempering summit. After making up his mind, Zhuowen took out the Pill Emperor furnace and summoned the Pill Emperor Turtle to help him refine the pills. When the Pill Emperor Turtle heard that Zhuowen was going to refine the Heavenly Soul Marrow Cleansing Divine Pill, it was so happy that it almost drooled. Unfortunately, Zhuowen didn't plan to share the refined Heavenly Soul Marrow Cleansing Divine Pill with the Pill Emperor Turtle this time. After all, this was the Pill Tempering Summit. The refined divine pill must be complete. If he gave a part of it to the Pill Emperor Turtle, it would definitely affect the result. By Kaisen's Pill Emperor Turtle immediately protested and went on strike, not wanting to help. However, after being threatened by Zhuowen, the Pill Emperor Turtle immediately gave in, changing its attitude at lightning speed. When Zhuowen began to refine the pills, the other alchemists around him also refined the divine pills they had chosen in an orderly manner. Chapter 28:13. Furnace explosion in the Tai Sui sword faction. Xia Qin Fan looked worried. She said to the Grand Elder beside her, "Elder, Pill Master Zhuo is only a profound grade alchemist. I'm afraid he can't refine eternal grade divine pills." The second round is very disadvantageous for him. The Grand Elder comforted her. Young miss, you don't have to worry too much. The failure rate of an eternal grade alchemist refining an eternal grade divine pill is very high. I think that most of the eternal grade alchemists will choose to refine a profound grade divine pill this time. Moreover, Pill Master Zhuo is not an ordinary person. Although he is only a profound grade alchemist, he was able to obtain first place in the first round. His level of alchemy is definitely very high. Even if he can only refine profound grade divine pills, the profound grade divine pills he refines will not be ordinary. I think Pill Master Zhuo will have no problem entering the top 50 of the pill competition. Xia Qinfan nodded, but she was still worried. After all, Zhuowen was the lowest level among the 300 alchemists. Even if Zhuowen's performance in the first round was very eye-catching, it did not mean that his alchemy was also very good. Jiang Mo was gloating. He could not wait for Zhuowen to be eliminated in the second round. In the Thunder God Gardens team, Lei Zixuan's mood was very complicated. After learning that Zhuowen had obtained first place in the first round, the shock in her heart was beyond imagination. At the same time, there was a trace of regret in her heart. In the past, Zhuowen was a guest alchemist of the Thunder God Garden. He represented the Thunder God Garden to participate in the pill competition. However, because they were greedy and coveted Zhuowen's secrets, they completely broke off their relationship with Zhuowen. Originally, they didn't pay much attention to Zhuowen's alchemy Dao level. They thought that Zhuowen was only a master of Heaven's mandate. Even if he participated in the Pill Grand Assembly, he would only be a dispensable character who went through the motions. However, Zhuowen's performance in the first round shocked Lei Zixuan. He was much stronger than the strongest alchemist in the Thunder God Garden, Lin Xie. Lei Zixuan could not help but think that if the Thunder God Garden had not broken off their relationship with Zhuowen, perhaps the glory this time would no longer belong to the Taisui sword faction, but to their Thunder God Park. This Zhuowen is really shameless. Back then, he represented our Thunder God Garden to participate in the Pill Tempering Grand Assembly. Now that he has reappeared, he went back on his words and actually went to help the Taisui sword faction. What an ungrateful person. Among the Thunder God Gardens group, some cultivators muttered softly, feeling rather ashamed of Zhuowen. Lei Zixuan didn't stop these rumors from spreading. Instead, her beautiful eyes landed on Zhuowen as she thought to herself, no matter how strong this Zhuowen is, he's only a Xuanji grade divine pill. Among the 300 alchemists, he's at the bottom. Alchemy isn't about purifying medicinal ingredients. In this round, this Zhuowen will definitely be eliminated. Lei Zixuan was very unwilling to let Zhuowen continue to be in the limelight. After all, if this Zhuowen obtained the top 50 in this Pill Tempering Grand Assembly, it would undoubtedly be a ruthless slap to the Thunder God Garden's face. After all, this Zhuowen was just an abandoned child that the Thunder God Garden had casually abandoned. Now, he had actually risen up and was in the limelight in the Pill Tempering Grand Assembly. Didn't this prove that the Thunder God Garden had eyes but failed to see? Huangji family's Huangwu's expression was also ugly. Even he did not expect that Zhuowen would be able to obtain such a dazzling result in the first round. After all, the more attention Zhuowen attracted, the harder it was for him to make a move. Bang! At this moment, an explosion suddenly resounded in the square. One of the alchemists among the 300 alchemists had his furnace exploded, and his face was covered in dust. This alchemist had an unlucky look on his face. However, he quickly adjusted his state of mind and took out some divine herbs to refine another divine pill. In the next period of time, the sound of furnaces exploding rose and fell, and many of them occurred. Bang! The sound of another furnace exploding rang out, and it attracted the attention of many people. Soon after, everyone was surprised to find that the main character of this furnace explosion was actually Zhuowen, who had been in the limelight in the first round. Some of the alchemists who originally disliked Zhuowen revealed gloating expressions when they saw Zhuowen's cauldron exploding. Zhuowen frowned slightly as he looked at the imperial pill furnace in front of him that was emitting black smoke, and his eyes revealed a pondering expression. It had to be said that the difficulty of refining the heavenly soul marrow, cleansing divine pill, was indeed very high. This was somewhat beyond Zhuowen's expectations. After studying the mysterious alchemy book, once Zhuowen advanced to a corresponding level in alchemy, it was very rare for him to fail when refining a divine pill of a corresponding level. However, now that he was already a profound great alchemist, he actually failed on his first try to refine the heavenly soul marrow cleansing divine pill. After failing, Zhuowen did not immediately start refining. Instead, he stood on the spot and pondered, summarizing the specific reasons for his failure. After a while, Zhuowen opened the furnace again to refine the pill. This time his refining process was extremely slow, and every step was taken with extreme caution. The purification process was very smooth, and the next step was to put the medicinal liquid into the furnace to refine the pill. Just as the pill was about to be formed, Zhuowen's expression changed greatly, and the imperial pill furnace trembled violently. Bang! Zhuowen's furnace exploded again. This time, it was not only the alchemists in the surroundings, but even the spectating cultivators in the square revealed obvious, gloating expressions. In the Tai Sui sword sex team, Xia Qinfan frowned slightly and sighed in her heart. The Grand Elder also let out a long sigh and hurriedly comforted Xia Qinfan. Young Miss Alchemist Zhuo still has one last chance. As long as he can successfully refine this last pill, he still has a chance to enter the top 50. Xia Qinfan nodded, but the worry between her brows deepened. This time, Zhuowen stood on the spot, not moving at all, as if he had been petrified. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhuowen must have been struck dumb by the two failures. The alchemists in the square whistled at Zhuowen, expressing their disdain and contempt for Zhuowen. On the judging panel on the square's main altar, Huan Taiping's gaze also fell on Zhuowen's side. Looking at the residue of Zhuowen's failed pill furnace, Huan Taiping's eyes narrowed slightly. He had some guesses in his heart, and he had even more expectations for Zhuowen. Time slowly passed, and Zhuowen still stood on the spot, deep in thought. At this moment, alchemists finished refining one after another. The alchemists who finished refining all calmly sat on the spot, quietly waiting for the other alchemists to finish. As time passed, more and more alchemists finished the second round. Of course, during this period of time, furnace explosions still occurred. Among them, many alchemists who failed 3 times and were eliminated, leaving the square in disappointment. Zhuowen still stood on the spot, not moving at all. He still had not started his third refinement. At this moment, there were only a few alchemists who were still refining pills. Zhuowen, who was still standing on the spot, was like a crane among chickens. Chapter 28:14. Second round ranking Xia Qinfan was a little anxious. In her opinion, Zhuowen looked like he had lost his mind. Lei Zixuan and Huangwu sneered. Looking at Zhuowen's appearance, the mocking smile on their faces became even more intense. Even Huan Taiping, who was somewhat optimistic about Zhuowen, couldn't help but frown when he realized that Zhuowen wasn't moving after a long time. Finally, the remaining alchemists had basically completed their refinement and were sitting in front of their pill furnaces. However, their gazes fell on Zhuowen. They knew that there was only one alchemist left who hadn't completed his refinement yet. Lin Xie was sitting in a corner. He had also completed his refinement. This time, in order to be foolproof, he had chosen to refine the Xuanji grade divine pill. It wasn't very difficult. Even so, Lin Xie had used up 2 chances before he successfully completed the alchemy on his 3rd try. Lin Xie looked at the other alchemists sitting around him and sighed softly. He knew that he had no chance of entering the top 50 of the pill competition this time. In the first round, he was only ranked 300th, which was considered to be at the bottom. In the second round, he had only refined the Xuanji grade divine pill. Although he had succeeded, he didn't have any advantage in the second round. This time he felt that it would be difficult for him to enter the top 100, let alone the top 50. Lin Xie naturally saw Zhuowen, who was still standing, and a hint of gloating and pleasure appeared in his eyes. After Zhuowen had obtained first place in the first round, his mood was very complicated and even a little irritated. Lin Xie was very unhappy that this alchemist, whom he had disdained before, had obtained such a good result in the pill competition. Now that he saw Zhuowen being defeated, Lin Xie was extremely happy. He couldn't wait for Zhuowen to be eliminated in the second round. Many people began to urge him, thinking that Zhuowen was deliberately stalling for time. Finally, Zhuowen began to move. He ignited the divine flame again, purified the medicinal ingredients, put them into the pill furnace, and controlled the divine flame. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. This time, Zhuowen's refining speed was extremely fast. It only took him a little more than 2 hours to complete all the steps of refining the divine pill. During this time, he didn't make any mistakes, and there were no explosions. When the rich medicinal fragrance wafted out, Zhuowen knew that his batch of heavenly soul washing marrow divine pills had been completely refined successfully. His hanging heart was completely relieved. He cupped his hands towards Huan Taiping and sat down cross-legged. When finished refining the heavenly soul marrow cleansing divine pill, Huan Taiping stood up and said to the surrounding people, "All the alchemists in the second round have finished refining pills. Now all the alchemists, put the divine pills you refined into bottles and hand them over. Let us evaluate and grade them and choose a ranking." When Huan Taiping finished speaking, the alchemists in the square lifted their pill furnaces and took out jade bottles to bottle the refined divine pills. Then they handed them to the main altar's judges. Naturally, Zhuowen also meticulously placed the heavenly soul marrow cleansing divine pill into a bottle and engraved his own brand on the jade bottle. Zhuowen was extremely satisfied with the heavenly soul marrow divine pill he refined this time. This was because the grade of the divine pill this time had reached the level of special grade. He had successfully refined 12 divine pills in one furnace. Zhuowen knew that with the results of the second round, his heavenly soul marrow divine pill had a very high chance of entering the top 3, coupled with the first place in the first round. His chances of getting first place were very high. The 13 judges on the judging panel began to open the jade bottles of their respective alchemists. They analyzed and compared. At the same time, they discussed the specific differences. In the square, many alchemists looked nervously at the judging panel. They knew that the scores given by the judges would determine the final result of the pill tempering grand assembly. For hours later, the voices on the judging panel finally became much softer. After listening to the opinions of many people, Huan Taiping stood up again. He looked around and his gaze stopped on Zhuowen for a while. Then he naturally moved away. Zhuowen felt that Huan Taiping's gaze was somewhat passionate. It was as if he had seen some kind of treasure that he liked, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. After our discussion, the rankings of the second round have finally been determined. Now, I will announce the final results of the second round from the lowest to the highest. After Huan Taiping finished speaking, a commotion arose in the square. However, it quickly calmed down. There are a total of 95 alchemists who failed in refining this time. Those 95 alchemists have a score of 0. I won't say much. I will directly start from the 205th place. 205th place, Thunder God Parks Lin Xie. He refined the profound grade, heavenly heart flame pill. Success rate, 30%. Medium grade. Lin Xie, who was sitting at the side, turned pale when he heard that his ranking was almost at the bottom. His body trembled. He knew that he had no chance of entering the top 50 of the pill tempering grand assembly. Thunder God Parks, Lei Zishuan sighed softly. She knew that their Thunder God Park was completely unrelated to the quota of the Divine Medicine Valley. 153rd place, Black Tortoise Sex Zhou Wu. He refined the profound grade, explosive flame pill. Success rate, 60%. Medium grade, 100th place, Wuxin Sex Chin Xan. He refined the profound grade martial art pill. Success rate, 70%. High grade. As the rankings continued to be announced, Zhuan discovered that among the 300 pill refiners, the majority of them were concocting Xian Ji grade divine pills. At the very least, the pill refiners in the top 100 were concocting Xian Ji grade divine pills. Some of the alchemists in the top 100 were refining eternal grade divine pills. However, their success rate was basically between 10% and 20%. Moreover, the quality was basically low grade. It could be said that it was terrible to look at. Soon, the rankings reached the top 50. Xia Qinfan, who had been on tenterhooks, was extremely excited because she hadn't heard Zhuowen's name yet, which meant that Zhuowen had also entered the top 50 in the second round. Next, the rankings were announced to the top 40, top 30, top 20, and all the way to the top 10, but Zhuowen's name still hadn't appeared. At this moment, not only Xia Qinfan was in an uproar, but many forces around the square were also in an uproar. Since Zhuowen won the first place in the first round, he had attracted the attention of many people. Now that the rankings of the second round were announced, Zhuowen became the focus of attention. Many people wanted to see what ranking Zhuowen would achieve in the second round. Until the top 3, Zhuowen's name still hadn't appeared. The people around the square fell silent. They knew that Zhuowen had entered the top 3 in the second round. Third place, chasing Sun Temple's Ri Hui. He refined the eternal grade divine pill, 9 blood fusion divine pill. Success rate, 60%. High grade. Second place, Void Palace's Void God. He refined the eternal grade divine pill, Yuanyang Jade pill. Success rate, 70%. High grade. First place, Taisui Sword Sex Zhuowen. He refined the profound grade divine pill, Tianhun Marrow Cleansing divine pill. Success rate, 100%. High grade. When Huan Taiping announced the first place, everyone was in an uproar, especially when they heard that Zhuowen had only refined a profound grade divine pill. Everyone voiced their doubts. Chapter 28:15. Huan Taiping appears the clamor and condemnation in the plaza became more and more intense, like a wave. Almost all the cultivators joined in the commotion. In an instant, the originally quiet and peaceful plaza became as noisy as a market. However, a small portion of the cultivators had a slight change in expression when they heard about the heavenly soul marrow cleansing divine pill. Clearly, they had guessed the origin of the heavenly soul marrow cleansing divine pill. They stopped their heckling abruptly. Hee, I was wondering how a mere profound grade alchemist like him could obtain first place in the first round. So there was an inside story. I suspect that this kid is an internal member of the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to obtain such preferential treatment. In the square, many alchemists started to discuss indignantly, and their gazes toward Zhuowen were filled with disdain. These alchemists only paid attention to the first half of Huan Taiping's words, the profound grade divine pill, but ignored the name of the heavenly soul marrow cleansing divine pill in the second half. Zhuowen stood in place, facing the disdainful discussions around him, his expression calm. He knew that most of the cultivators in the plaza were following the commotion, and there were many who were inciting the crowd. At the very least, Zhuowen's divine sense discovered that Thunder God Gardens, Lei Zishuan, and Huang Ji family's Huang Wu were secretly inciting their own people to incite the surrounding cultivators, causing the commotion to become even more intense. There were indeed a portion of cultivators in the plaza who did not know much about the heavenly soul marrow cleansing divine pill. But that did not mean that everyone did not know about it. This commotion was obviously aimed at Zhuowen, wanting to remove Zhuowen's title of first place. This was because Zhuowen discovered that not only were there people from Thunder God Garden and Huangji family, there were also people from other forces secretly inciting the commotion, including the 5 great Tao Palace forces. After all, the top 10 alchemists of this pill competition all came from the 5 great Tao Palace forces, and Zhuowen was the only alchemist who came from outside the Tao Palace forces. As long as Zhuowen's first place was removed, the 5 great Tao Palace forces would naturally benefit. Boom! Boom! When the uproar in the square reached its peak, the restrictions on the surface of the square were activated. A glaring light flickered, and an incomparably vast aura instantly crushed down. Pucci! Due to the oppressive aura of the restrictive arrays, all the cultivators within the square coughed out blood. Even Zhuowen grunted, nearly falling to one knee. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of shock. Even though he already knew that the Pill Array Immortal Alliance had set up restrictions everywhere, the restrictions on the plaza around the Pill Array Tower were especially strong. However, when the restriction on the surface was completely activated, it actually reached such a terrifying level. Moreover, Zhuowen faintly discovered that the restrictions around the square had not been completely activated. Once they were completely activated, Zhuowen knew that his life would be in danger. As expected of the Pill Array Immortal Alliance, this formation is even stronger than the protective formations of those Tao palaces. Zhuowen sighed in his heart, but his gaze fell on the figure standing in front of the square. The figure who stood up was none other than the person in charge of this Pill Tao Grand Assembly, Huan Taiping. At this moment, Huan Taiping's gaze was extremely cold. He looked around and coldly snorted. Instantly, the pressure of the restrictions around the square became even more terrifying. Many cultivators with lower cultivation directly coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, beginning to twitch. Looks like you're very dissatisfied with our evaluation. Are you beginning to question our Pill Array Immortal Alliance? Huan Taiping opened his mouth, his voice as cold as the winter of the 12th lunar month. Now, I'll tell you why Zhuowen was able to obtain the first place in the second round. Even though he only concocted a profound, grade divine pill, it's called the Heavenly Soul Marrow Cleansing Divine Pill. Even though the Heavenly Soul Marrow Cleansing Divine Pill is only a profound, grade divine pill, it's more precious than an ordinary, eternal grade divine pill. If the Heavenly Soul Marrow Cleansing Divine Pill that little friend Zhuowen concocted was only of ordinary grade, and the success rate wasn't high, then he naturally wouldn't have the qualifications to obtain the first place. However, the Heavenly Soul Marrow Cleansing Divine Pill that he concocted had a 100% success rate, and each of them had reached the unique grade. He deserves to obtain the first place in the second round. Speaking up to here, Huan Taiping stomped his right foot, and the entire square seemed to tremble. Shortly after, the restriction pressure of the square actually increased by a level. This made those cultivators with lower cultivation suffer. At this moment, it could be said that they were better off dead than alive. Even those second step, Tao confirming cultivators felt an unbearable pressure, and their expressions didn't look too good. The primordial Yang Jade Pill, concocted by the Void Palace's Void God in second place, is extremely difficult to concoct among the eternal grade divine pills. Moreover, its value is almost the same as the Heavenly Soul Marrow Cleansing Divine Pill. If the primordial Yang Jade Pill, concocted by the Void God, had a 100% success rate, and its quality had also reached the unique grade, then the first place would belong to the Void God. However, the Void God didn't. Everyone, do you still think that Zhuowen obtained the first place in name only? Huan Taiping's gaze suddenly became stern, and at the same time, the pressure in the square increased by another level. Everyone in the square was complaining incessantly, repeatedly admitting their mistakes. Even Zhuowen had a wry smile on his face. The pressure in the square was indiscriminate. Even he had to suffer this unexpected calamity. After getting everyone to admit their mistakes, Huan Taiping's expression became much better. With a wave of his sleeve, the terrifying pressure in the square finally disappeared. The cultivators, who were originally suppressed by this pressure to the point where they wished they were dead, finally breathed a sigh of relief. They stood up and cupped their hands towards Huan Taiping, no longer mentioning their previous objections. Zhuowen cupped his hands towards Huan Taiping from afar. He knew that Huan Taiping was actually still somewhat biased towards him. Otherwise, Huan Taiping wouldn't have spared no effort to speak up for him. Huan Taiping only nodded toward Zhuowen and continued. Now that the results of the 2 rounds have come out, we have combined the results of the 2 rounds and have already obtained the overall ranking. The first place goes to Zhuowen of the Taisui Sword Sect. The second place goes to the Void Palace's Void God. When Huan Taiping finally listed out the final results of the rankings, the plaza was strangely quiet and no one raised any objections. At the same time, the Taisui Sword Sect's team began to become lively. The first place alchemist this time was from their Taisui Sword Sect, and according to the rules of the pill competition, the first place alchemist would be able to obtain the most spots. Many powers began to build relationships with the Taisui Sword Sect, trying to see if they could obtain a few spots from the Taisui Sword Sect. After the final results came out, Xia Qinfan was almost dizzy from the huge impact of happiness. Chapter 28:16. Jiang Mo's difficulties, the Grand Elder, was also shocked to the point that his entire body was trembling. However, he was a wily old fox after all. After he came back to his senses, he immediately went to greet the representatives who had taken the initiative to approach the Taisui sword faction. Many of these representatives were backed by powers that the Taisui sword faction could not afford to offend. He did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Of course, when it came to the matter of quotas, an old fox like the Grand Elder would naturally give an ambiguous answer and play Tai Chi after Huan Taiping announced the final rankings. He naturally mentioned the rewards and benefits of this pill competition. What shocked Zhuowen was that the first place winner of this pill competition was actually given 100 quotas. One had to know that there were only 1,000 quotas for the Divine Medicine Valley. Zhuowen alone had obtained 1/10 of the quotas. This immediately caused many powers to be envious. However, although these powers were envious, they did not dare to make a move. Although they did not place Zhuowen and the Taisui sword faction in their eyes, they had no choice but to treat the Pill Array Immortal Alliance with caution. Right now, they were in the Pill Array Immortal Alliance's territory. If they made a move against the first place alchemist here, it would be equivalent to slapping the Pill Array Immortal Alliance's face. They would suffer the Pill Array Immortal Alliance's revenge. Zhuowen did not care about the 100 quotas. He only needed 1 quota to enter the Divine Medicine Valley. The rest of the quotas were not of much use to him. However, when Zhuowen saw that the surrounding cultivators were envious of this quota, his eyes flashed. He thought of a way to satisfy both sides. This quota was not of much use to him, but he would not give it away for nothing. However, he could sell this quota. He could obtain great benefits from it. Other than the quota for the Divine Medicine Valley, our Pill Array Immortal Alliance has also promised that the first place alchemist of this pill competition will have the opportunity to enter the Pill Array Pagoda to comprehend the Grand Tao of Alchemy. We hope that Alchemist Zhuo will cherish this opportunity. As Huan Taiping spoke, he took out a jade pendant and placed it in Zhuowen's hands. Zhuowen cupped his fists and asked respectfully, "Grandmaster Huan, when can I enter the Pill Array Pagoda to comprehend the Pill Array Grand Tao?" Huan Taiping said calmly, "You can enter the Pill Array Pagoda at any time. However, this old man can remind you that after the Divine Medicine Valley opens, the great Tao of Pill Arrays in the Pill Array Pagoda will be at its densest. At that time, it will be the best time for you to enter the Pill Array Pagoda. It will also be the time when your harvest will be the greatest." The Divine Medicine Valley will open in a month's time. You can explore the Divine Medicine Valley first. It won't be too late to enter the Pill Array Pagoda after you come out. Of course, if you're in a hurry to enter, you can do so now. Zhuowen said gratefully, "Thank you for your reminder, Grandmaster Huan." Huan Taiping nodded, and then he swept the surroundings with his gaze before he said in a clear and melodious voice, "During this month before the Divine Medicine Valley opens, everyone can stay in Pill Formation City or leave on their own." After speaking, Huan Taiping brought the 12 judges and left the plaza. After Huan Taiping left, Zhuowen immediately realized that many gazes were focused on him. These gazes were extremely fervent, as if he, Zhuowen, had become some kind of delicious delicacy. "Pill Master Zhua, I really didn't expect you to obtain first place in the end. Our Taisui sword sect owes you a huge favor this time." Xia Qinfan hurriedly walked to the plaza and stared at Zhuowen. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fanaticism and excitement. The other people from the Taisui sword sect also walked forward. The Grand Elder also hurriedly walked forward and greeted Zhuowen with great enthusiasm. His words were filled with reverence. He was very clear that since Zhuowen could obtain first place in the Pill Formation Grand Assembly, his future was limitless, especially that Huan Taiping's attitude toward Zhuowen. He knew that Huan Taiping valued Zhuowen greatly. If this Zhuowen could enter the Pill Formation Immortal Alliance, his status would definitely not be low. Moreover, this Zhuowen was currently only a profound grade alchemist. Once he advanced to the eternal grade, his status would rise to a whole new level. No matter what, the Taisui sword sect had to befriend this youth in front of them. "Pill Master Zhua, since you're representing our Taisui sword sect in the Pill Formation Grand Assembly, you've obtained first place in the Pill Formation Grand Assembly and obtained 100 quotas to enter the Divine Medicine Valley. According to the rules, you should take out 90% of the quotas and distribute them to our Taisui sword sect." Suddenly, an ambiguous voice sounded. At the back of the Taisui sword sect's group, the gloomy Jiang Mo walked out from the crowd and looked at Zhuowen indifferently. In Jiang Mo's opinion, the reason why Zhuowen could obtain such a brilliant performance in the Pill Formation Grand Assembly was all because of the quota of the Taisui sword sect. If the Taisui sword sect hadn't given him a quota, how could Zhuowen have the opportunity to become a phoenix from a sparrow? Now that Zhuowen had obtained such a great benefit, it was only right that he share it with the Taisui sword sect. "Who are you?" Zhuowen glanced at Jiang Mo indifferently. Then his gaze fell on Xia Qinfan. Xia Qinfan hurriedly said, "Pill Master Zhua, don't listen to this person's nonsense. According to the rules, I only need 1 quota if you can enter the top 50. The rest of the quotas are yours." To Xia Qinfan, the Taisui sword sect obtaining a quota to enter the Divine Medicine Valley was already a great opportunity. How could she dare to ask Zhuowen for more? After all, if it wasn't for Zhuowen, the Taisui sword sect wouldn't have been able to obtain a single quota. Jiang Mo glared at Xia Qinfan coldly and said, "Xia Qinfan, you're really a bitch who favors outsiders. If it wasn't for our Taisui sword sect's quota, how could this kid have the opportunity to participate in the Pill Formation Grand Assembly? If he hadn't participated in the Pill Formation Grand Assembly, how could he have obtained such a magnificent result? I'm already being polite by not taking all of his quotas. You're asking for only 1 quota. Do you want our Taisui sword sect to go hungry?" Xia Qinfan said in a low voice, "Jiang Mo, these quotas were given by me. What does it have to do with you? Those 3 trash alchemists you found were eliminated in the first round. Now that Pill Master Zhua, who you don't think highly of, has obtained first place, you're actually showing off. What right do you have?" Jiang Mo's expression turned ugly, and he said, "I won't argue with you about this. When I return, I'll report this to Senior Brother Jean." After saying that, Jiang Mo spread his hands toward Zhuowen and said, "Pill Master Zhua, hand over 90% of the quotas. This is what our Taisui sword sect deserves. Jiang Emo didn't care about Zhuowen at all. Although Zhuowen's performance in the Pill Formation Grand Assembly was eye-catching, Jiang Emo had investigated him and knew that he was only a rogue cultivator. Moreover, his cultivation was low and he wouldn't amount to anything. If he had joined the Pill Formation Immortal Alliance, Jiang Emo might have been a little afraid. However, this kid wasn't a member of the Pill Formation Immortal Alliance yet, so he naturally didn't have any scruples. I'll give you a chance now. Scram immediately. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. Chapter 28:17. Trading quota, ungrateful thing. You have to hand over your quota today, even if you don't want to. Jiang Emo was enraged. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed Zhuowen's neck. Unfortunately, Zhuowen casually slapped Jiang Emo, and a deep red handprint appeared on his right cheek. He spat out a mouthful of blood and teeth. Jiang Emo screamed miserably as he was sent flying. He crashed into the ground a distance away and fainted. Zhuowen did not care about the unconscious Jiang Emo. He took out 10 quotas and handed them to Xia Qinfan. Miss Xia, these 10 quotas are for you. Take it as a token of my sincerity. Xia Qinfan wanted to refuse, but seeing Zhuowen's firm attitude, she could only accept. She was glad that she found the right person. After giving out the 10 quotas, Zhuowen looked at the surrounding cultivators. He knew that many cultivators were eyeing the quotas in his hand and wanted to shamelessly ask him for them. Everyone, this Zhuo is a loner. With so many spots, this Zhuo won't be able to use them all. This is the location of my inn in Pill Array Immortal City. If anyone is interested in the quotas, please come here to negotiate with me. If the price is right, I am willing to trade the quotas with you. After Zhuowen finished speaking, he left the plaza. The numerous cultivators who originally wanted to surround Zhuowen didn't stop him after he said that. Instead, they silently memorized the address of the inn that Zhuowen gave them and planned to make a deal with him afterwards. In the following period of time, the inn that Zhuowen was in could be said to be bustling with people. Every day, many cultivators would come to trade with Zhuowen. Zhuowen left these trivial matters to Fire Plume and the other two. He also instructed them to raise the price of the quotas and not sell them cheaply. Because Zhuowen raised the price of the quotas, although Zhuowen's inn was bustling, there were not many people who were willing to trade the quotas. However, there was no lack of rich and overbearing representatives among them. They gritted their teeth and bought several spots from Zhuowen, allowing Zhuowen to make a fortune. On this day, the Huangji aristocratic family and lightning god Garden came together, wanting to buy the quota in Zhuowen's hands. Zhuowen personally came out and sat in the main hall. He looked down at Lei Zixuan and Huang Wu without saying a word. Whether it was Lei Zixuan or Huang Wu, both of them had quite a bit of enmity with Zhuowen. With regards to their arrival, Zhuowen was not surprised. After all, the alchemists sent out by the Huangji aristocratic family and Lightning God Garden all returned in low spirits in the Pill Rhythm Grand Assembly and didn't obtain a single spot. Furthermore, Zhuowen was the only alchemist selling the quota. If the Thunder God Garden and Huangji aristocratic family wanted to enter the Divine Medicine Valley, they would definitely look for Zhuowen to trade for the quota. Alchemist Zhuo is indeed extraordinary. You shocked the world with a single brilliant feat in this Pill Rhythm Grand Assembly and obtained first place in the end. Zixuan really didn't misjudge you. Lei Zixuan smiled sweetly. Her beautiful eyes stared at Zhuowen with extraordinary splendor. Huang Wu sat upright below, feeling somewhat sullen. He had a great enmity with Zhuowen, and wished for nothing more than for Zhuowen to die without a burial ground. But now, for the sake of the Divine Medicine Valley's quota, he could only ask for help from his former enemy. Huang Wu was very unhappy. Zhuowen smiled and directly ignored Lei Zixuan's compliment. Instead, he looked at Huang Wu below and said to Fire Plume, "Fire Plume, this is the main hall for guests to discuss. Why did you let a dog in?" Bang! Huang Wu was furious. He broke the armrest on his right with a slap. A wave of killing intent enveloped Zhuowen as he said, coldly, Alchemist Zhuo, I'm here today to trade for the Divine Medicine Valley's quota. What do you mean by that? I, Zhuowen, only trade with people, not with mad dogs. Who do you think you are? Get lost. Zhuowen said indifferently. You, Huangwu roared in anger, but he didn't dare to make a move. This was the Pill Array Immortal City. If he made a move, he would immediately be troubled by the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. He looked coldly at Zhuowen. In his heart, he had already regarded Zhuowen as a dead man. He stood up and left without hesitation. He knew that no matter how much he paid, Zhuowen wouldn't trade the quota to him. Why should he stay here and be humiliated? However, Huangwu had already decided that if he had the chance, he would definitely make a move and kill this bastard Zhuowen. Lei Zixuan's expression didn't change. She looked at Zhuowen with a smile and said, Alchemist Zhuo, now that there are no outsiders waiting, we can officially trade. Now that there's one less mad dog, my mood is much better. May I know how many quotas Miss Lei wants? Zhuowen asked indifferently. Lei Zixuan smiled faintly and said, I only want 5 quotas. Alchemist Zhuo, you can name a price. Sure. 1 quota is a Genesis grade godly herb. So 5 quotas means 5 Genesis grade godly herbs. Of course, if you don't have any godly herbs, you can use treasures of the same value to trade. This should be a fair price, Zhuowen said indifferently. The smile on Lei Zixuan's face froze. Her expression suddenly became cold, and she said, Alchemist Zhuo, you don't plan to trade with me, right? Although the Thunder God Park was a force on the level of a Dao Palace, it would still be difficult for them to take out 5 Genesis grade godly herbs. Using 5 Genesis grade godly herbs to trade for 5 quotas to enter the Divine Medicine Valley was definitely an astronomical price. My prices are always like this. If Miss Lei can't accept them, then you can leave. If you don't want to trade, there are plenty of people who will trade with you, Zhuowen said indifferently. Lei Zixuan's beautiful eyes were filled with anger, but she quickly calmed down. She looked at Zhuowen with a smile and said, Let's not talk about the trade for now. Zixuan still has a question to ask Alchemist Zhuo. Previously, when our Thunder God Park mistress saw you being hunted down by Huangwu, she also chased after you to save you because she was worried about you. However, her whereabouts were later unknown. I wonder if Brother Zhuo knows the exact whereabouts of our Thunder God Park mistress? Zhuowen's eyes were calm, and he said, How would I know the whereabouts of your Thunder God Park mistress? Miss Lei, you've asked the wrong person. Lei Zixuan didn't say anything else, and directly turned around to leave. She didn't even bother to say goodbye. Zhuowen looked at Lei Zixuan's back as she left, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Whether it was Huangwu or Lei Zixuan, both of them had wanted to kill him in the past. If it wasn't for Zhuowen's luck, he would have been completely dead by now. If there was a chance, Zhuowen didn't plan to let Lei Zixuan and Huangwu off. Not long after Lei Zixuan left, Fire Plume came to report again that an expert from the Ten Extremities Incorp sect had come to visit. He wanted to meet Zhuowen personally. Zhuowen pondered for a moment. He also knew that this expert from the Ten Extremities Incorp sect was most likely here for the quota, so he asked Fire Plume to invite this expert in. This was an old man with a withered face, and his face was as pale as a corpse's. Although this old man looked as weak as a candle in the wind, Zhuowen didn't dare to underestimate him. From the powerful aura that this old man faintly emitted, Zhuowen knew that this old man was definitely a powerhouse at the level of a Genesis master. Zhuowen had seen this old man at the plaza of the Pill Grand Assembly before, and he knew that this old man was the leader of the Ten Extremities Incorp sect. Fire Plume had mentioned to him before that this old man's name was In Wuxia, and he was a high-ranking elder in the Ten Extremities Incorp sect. His cultivation was at the late stage of the Genesis Master Realm, and his strength was much more terrifying than Lei Litian's. Chapter 28:18. Entering the divine medicine, Valiin Wuxia walked into the main hall and casually cupped his hands at Zhuowen. His face was full of arrogance. "Alchemist Zhuo, I'm sure you know why I'm here." In Wuxia looked at Zhuowen indifferently. His tone was not polite at all. Zhuowen's eyes were calm. From the moment In Wuxia walked in, he knew that this old man had no intention of negotiating the quota with him. "Elder In thinks too highly of me. How would I know why you're here?" Zhuowen said indifferently. In Wuxia's eyes narrowed. He looked at Zhuowen with an extremely unfriendly expression. He sneered and said, "You don't know? Don't pretend to be deaf and dumb. Alchemist Zhuo, you're a loner. It's completely unnecessary for you to get 100 quotas. Didn't you say you wanted to trade the quotas in your hands? I want 50% of the quotas in your hands. As for the reward, this is enough." In Wuxia flicked his finger and passed a spirit ring to Zhuowen. Zhuo Wen's divine consciousness probed the ring. When he saw the few heavenly law origin crystals and divine herbs with thin spirit qi in the ring, his expression turned even colder. Wasn't this In Wuxia a little too naive? She actually wanted to exchange such a small amount of things for his 50 slots. Did she think that he, Zhuowen, was a fool? "What, you think it's too little? Alchemist Zhuo, it's important to know one's own limits. If you get too much, you won't live long. I believe that Alchemist Zhuo is a smart person." In Wuxia's attitude was extremely tough. There was a hint of warning in his voice. "Are you threatening me?" Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. His voice suddenly became cold. In Wuxia looked at Zhuowen calmly and said, "I'm threatening you. Who do you think you are? You're just a lone cultivator. Behind me is the In Corp sect, one of the top 10 sections. It's one of the only 5 holy Ji palace forces in the host region. Today, In Wuxia am here. You, Zhuowen, should obediently wag your tail before me like a dog and give me all your spots. However, I'm quite a generous person. I only asked for 50% of your quota. You should be grateful to me." Zhuowen, on the other hand, laughed out of anger. This In Wuxia was too conceited. He was so shameless just because he had the backing of the In Corp sect. Did he think that he was superior to others? "Scram as far as you can. I would rather give this spot to a dog than give it to you," Zhuowen said coldly. In Wuxia was stunned. He clearly didn't expect Zhuowen to actually dare to refute him. However, he quickly flew into a rage. His gaze was dark as he said, "Are you trying to challenge the authority of the In Corp sect? You should think about the price you have to pay for doing so. I'm telling you to scram. Didn't you hear me? Or do you want to attack me here?" Zhuowen said in a low voice. In Wuxia was so angry that he trembled. However, he didn't dare to attack. This was the Pil Array Immortal City. If he attacked here, it would immediately alert the Pil Array Immortal Alliance. At that time, he would have to face the attacks of the powerful restrictions around the Pil Array Immortal Alliance. "Ignorant brat, you won't be arrogant for long." In Wuxia swung his sleeves angrily and left in a huff. Fire Plume said worriedly, "Big Brother Zhuo, In Wuxia is a late-stage Lord of Creation. He's also an elder of the In Corp sect. Isn't it inappropriate for you to offend him like this? This old geezer is clearly looking for trouble with me. Even if I tolerate him, I'm afraid he'll take a mile after I give him an inch. I might as well reject him directly." Zhuowen shook his head. He was very clear about In Wuxia's personality. He was insatiably greedy. If he agreed to give him 50 spots, this old geezer would probably take all of his spots. Zhuowen wasn't someone who would sit and wait for death. So what if this In Wuxia was backed by a powerful Dao palace like the In Corp sect? If worst came to worst, he could just join the Pil Array Immortal Alliance. Would this In Wuxia dare to attack him openly? Zhuowen wasn't afraid of anything in the dark. Time slowly passed. The inn Zhuowen stayed in was very lively. As the opening of the Divine Medicine Valley approached, Zhuowen's spots were sold like hotcakes. Even though Zhuowen raised the price of the remaining spots several times in the last few days, they were still sold out. Zhuowen looked at the piles of heavenly Tao origin crystals in the spirit ring that Fire Plume handed over. He was very satisfied. He sold a total of 86 spots this time. Apart from giving 10 spots to Xiaqin Fan, he gave 3 spots to Fire Plume and the others, and left 1 for himself. The number of heavenly Tao origin crystals he obtained this time far exceeded the total number of heavenly Tao origin crystals he had obtained in the past. This was a huge fortune. Even Zhuowen couldn't ignore it. After Zhuowen sold all the spots, a month passed quietly. The opening of the Divine Medicine Valley had also completely arrived. On this day, Zhuowen brought Fire Plume, Steel Plume, and Tong Chimei to the vicinity of the Pill Array Pagoda. After obtaining the spots, Zhuowen also knew that the entrance to the Divine Medicine Valley was at the top of the Pill Array Pagoda. If one wanted to enter the Divine Medicine Valley, they had to go through the Pill Array Pagoda. Huan Taiping also arrived in front of the Pill Array Pagoda. He said in a deep voice, "This time there are a total of 1,000 spots to enter the Divine Medicine Valley. There's no limit to the time you can stay in the Divine Medicine Valley. But once you obtain 5 divine herbs, the Divine Medicine Valley will automatically teleport you out. I'll now open the entrance to the Divine Medicine Valley. Everyone, take out your spot jade pendants and enter the Divine Medicine Valley through the jade pendants." As he spoke, Huan Taiping formed a seal with both hands. Shortly after, dense restriction ripples appeared at the top of the Pill Array Pagoda. They converged into a powerful whirlpool. The cultivators in the plaza who obtained the spots all raised their jade pendants. Shortly after, they turned into specks of light and were sucked into the whirlpool. After the 1,000 cultivators entered the specks of light, the whirlpool dissipated and disappeared. Zhuowen opened his eyes. Immediately, a powerful and vast medicinal energy rushed towards him. Immediately after, under the effects of the medicinal energy, his cultivation actually faintly improved. Immediately after, Zhuowen discovered that he was in an incomparably huge valley. This valley was much larger than any of the valleys he had seen before. Moreover, he also discovered that this valley was filled with divine medicines with extremely strong medicinal strength. Zhuowen had also seen large and small medicinal gardens, but he had never seen such a large medicinal valley. Furthermore, this Divine Medicine Valley was not just the one Zhuowen was in. There were many other valleys. From where Zhuowen was standing, it was like an endless chain of hills that appeared in his line of sight. Chapter 28:19 to the third Venomous, which Worm Zhuowen knew that the real high-level divine medicine must be in the depths of the Divine Medicine Valley. Didn't the rumors say that there were creation-level and creation-level divine medicines in the Divine Medicine Valley? Zhuowen wasn't interested in other divine medicines, but he was very interested in these 2 types of divine medicines. One had to realize that Zhuowen only possessed a single Genesis grade divine herb. As for creation grade divine herbs, he had never even seen one. A divine medicine of this level was already sufficient to cause numerous powerhouses to fight over it. This aura? Zhuowen suddenly froze on the spot. He stared at the depths of the Divine Medicine Valley, and then his body trembled. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he was extremely excited. This was because he sensed an aura that made his Pangu sacred body extremely excited. Zhuowen wasn't unfamiliar with this aura. It was the aura of the venomous witchworm. There was some kind of venomous witchworm hidden in the Divine Medicine Valley. What an unexpected gain. I didn't have much expectations for the Divine Medicine Valley, but I didn't expect to find the aura of the venomous witchworm here. Zhuowen was ecstatic. He knew that if he could get the venomous witchworm, his Pangus sacred body would advance to the 5-star level. Once he attained the 5-star Pangu sacred body, Zhuowen's strength would reach a higher level. By then, his strength would be comparable to an early-stage creator. I must find the venomous witchworm, Zhuowen muttered to himself. He started to follow the Pangu sacred body senses and rushed toward the depths of the Divine Medicine Valley. 2 days later, Zhuowen landed in a valley full of towering trees. In the center of the valley, there was an unusually huge tree that reached into the clouds. It stood in the valley like a pillar supporting the sky. At the bottom of the giant tree, there was a colorful flower. The giant tree seemed to be protecting the colorful flowers, preventing them from being hit by the wind and rain. Zhuowen stopped under the huge tree. His eyes flickered because he sensed the location of the venomous witchworm. The huge tree looked extraordinary from afar. However, Zhuowen sensed that other than its huge appearance, the huge tree didn't have any charm. It was just an ordinary tree. The flowers under the huge tree also didn't have any charm. They were very ordinary. However, Zhuowen was even more suspicious because the huge tree and flowers didn't have any charm. The Divine Medicine Valley for the Divine Medicine Valley was planted. The Divine Medicine Valley for Divine Medicine Valley was very divine medicine, but these two ordinary plants didn't. Therefore, Zhuowen translation, as he sat on the Divine Medicine sea tree and flower, was it that translation is translation is translation 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 is translation is translation translation is translation is translation translation is translation is spirit God translation 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 is translation 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 is translation translation. 3 days later, Zhuowen opened his eyes. His eyes shone with a radiance that could not be ignored. During these 3 days, he used his divine sense to drill deep into the giant tree. Finally, he found a dimensional space at the core of the giant tree. The Panga banner in Zhuowen's divine soul trembled from the aura faintly emitted by the dimensional space. Zhuowen knew that the ancestral wizard Guworm he sensed was in the dimensional space within the giant tree. It's really well hidden. If I hadn't cultivated the Pangu sacred body and been extremely sensitive to the venomous worms of the ancestor sorcery, I wouldn't have been able to discover this dimensional space. Zhuowen muttered to himself as he punched the giant tree. The powerful force blasted the giant tree into a huge pit, and he actually fell into the pit. Zhuowen continuously punched out. Like a pile driver, he began to rush into the depths of the giant tree, constantly approaching the dimensional space. Finally, Zhuowen arrived in front of the dimensional space. The entrance to the dimensional space was not big. It was a black hole about half the size of a person. Zhuowen stood at the entrance with a dignified look in his eyes. Every venomous worm of the ancestor sorcery was extremely powerful. The first venomous worm that Zhuowen subdued was the Zhurong venomous worm. In order to subdue the Zhurong venomous worm, Zhuowen had suffered a lot. The second one was the Gomang venomous worm. Although it was not particularly difficult to subdue the Pangu sacred body, it was still forcibly sealed in the sun and moon demon mirror by the power of the Gomang venomous worm. Now that he had found the third venomous worm of the ancestor sorcery, although he was excited, he was more vigilant. Pangu's sacred body? Just as Zhuowen was hesitating at the entrance of the dimensional space, an ancient voice came from the dimensional space. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and could not help but take a few steps back. He looked coldly at the entrance of the dimensional space and said coldly, "You are. I sense the aura of the Pangu sacred body from your body. Answer me. Have you cultivated the Pangu sacred body?" The ancient voice sounded again. Its tone was hurried and contained a hint of excitement. Zhuowen did not answer. He just looked at the entrance of the dimensional space and was extremely vigilant. Zhuowen had a vague guess about the owner of the voice. "Don't worry. I won't hurt you. In fact, I will help you. After so many years, I finally saw a cultivator who cultivated the Pangu sacred body again. Moreover, I'm afraid that you have merged with 2 venomous worms of the ancestor sorcery in your body. That's really amazing." The ancient voice did not care about Zhuowen's vigilance. Instead, it was talking to itself, and its voice was full of emotion. "Come in. I can swear to the heavenly law that I will never hurt you. Otherwise, my soul will be destroyed." The voice sounded again, and it sounded very sincere. Zhuowen hesitated for a while. In the end, he simply entered the dimensional space. In the dimensional space, it was another world. There was only one mountain, and the mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist. At this moment, Zhuowen was standing on the mountainside. The mountain was filled with many rare fruits, and even plants that Zhuowen did not recognize. Not far from the mountainside, there was a white pavilion. In the pavilion, a dignified old woman sat quietly with her legs crossed. The old woman was looking at Zhuowen with a smile. Her expression was peaceful and kind. "You are," Zhuowen frowned. He sensed the aura of the venomous worms of the ancestor sorcery on the old woman. In his impression, the venomous worms of the ancestor sorcery were just venomous worms. How could they have a human form? "You don't have to be surprised. I am the venomous worm of Goddess Hutu, one of the 12 ancestors of sorcery. This form is what I imitate Goddess Hutu. Of course, it can only be done in this dimensional space." The old woman smiled. Zhuowen was stunned. He was no stranger to Hutu. Hutu was called Goddess Hutu by the later generations. She was the mother of the earth. She controlled yin and yang, nourished all things, and inherited the heavenly law. "You were sealed here." Zhuowen did not approach her. Instead, he asked tentatively, "No, I hid here myself. Even the people of the Pale Array Immortal Alliance did not know. I used the enormous medicinal power of the Divine Medicine Valley to recover my strength. If you did not cultivate the Pangu sacred body, you would not have discovered me at all," the old woman said calmly. Chapter 28, 20. Hutu's request. "Junior, are you a human?" the old lady suddenly asked. Zhuowen nodded and said calmly, "The human race and the wizard race are both descendants of Pangu." "Haha, you're right. Both the human race and the wizard race originated from Pangu. Which level have you cultivated the Pangu sacred body to?" the old lady continued to ask. "The peak of the 4-star level," Zhuowen answered. "Just in time. As long as you merge with me, you can break through to the 5-star level." The old lady nodded and said with relief, "Junior, after cultivating the Pangu sacred body, you bear Panga's mission and inherit his will. Do you know the heavy burden on your shoulders?" Suddenly, the old lady stared at Zhuowen. The aura on her body suddenly became strong and oppressed Zhuowen. It was as if she would attack Zhuowen without hesitation if he said something wrong. Pangu is the origin of this starry sky. He created the world, dispelled the chaos, and created this colorful starry sky. Zhuowen said calmly. The old lady nodded and sighed softly. "Do you know that this world has begun to return to chaos? Back then, Pangu was unable to break through the heavens and was forced to be killed. You have cultivated the Pangu sacred body, so you need to walk the same path. Do you know that?" Zhuowen said calmly, "I know. I, Zhuowen, am a person who knows how to repay kindness. However, I won't guarantee anything because the future is unpredictable and ever-changing." The old lady looked deeply at Zhuowen and said, "I believe you. Although I'm not the kind of person who bemoans the state of the universe and the fate of mankind, I once promised Hutu that if I meet someone who cultivates the Pangu sacred body, I will definitely help him." As she spoke, the old lady's body emitted a white light. Then the white light began to shrink and finally condensed into a small white. With a whoosh, it rushed toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes flickered, but he did not resist. He could sense that the old lady had no ill intentions toward him. Moreover, he could also see that the small white dot was a goo worm. He knew that it was the body of the Hutu goo worm. When the little white dot finally merged into Zhuowen's body, Zhuowen fell into a deep sleep. He realized that he had a very, very long dream. In his dream, he saw the other 11 ancestors of sorcery and the 3 pure ones. His perspective was that of the Lady of Earth. He saw the 12 Grand Magi and the 3 pure ones working together to summon an extremely huge giant. This giant seemed to have materialized standing tall and upright. Its aura was incomparably vast, as if it could break through the entire starry sky. This was Pangu's shadow, and Zhuowen was no stranger to it. Be it the 12 ancestral shamans or the 3 pure ones, they all had serious expressions on their faces. They raised their heads and looked at the sky above them. Up there was chaos. The primal chaos did not have any shape. It was vast and boundless. The aura it emitted was extremely terrifying, as if it was going to devour the entire starry sky. Pangu's silhouette roared into the sky. Holding 2 axes in his hands, he soared into the sky and engaged in a fierce battle with the approaching chaos. The aftermath of the fierce battle spread out. Zhuowen's spirit was shaken, and he was immediately awakened. Zhuowen looked around and found that the surrounding environment was still in the dimensional space, but the old woman was no longer there. Zhuowen calmed down. He knew that the dream just now should be the Lady of Earth's memories. He finally knew why the 12 ancestral shamans suddenly disappeared and why the 3 pure one's strength was greatly reduced. All of this had something to do with the primal chaos. I've advanced to 5 stars. Zhuowen looked at his hands that were glowing with a glazed luster, as well as the powerful force that was constantly surging out of his body. He knew that his Pangu's sacred body had advanced again and reached the realm of 5 stars. However, Zhuowen was not too happy in his heart, especially when he saw the memory that the Lady of Earth showed him. Zhuowen's heart felt even heavier. He could not forget the horror of the primal chaos that invaded from beyond the starry sky. Even if the 12 ancestral shamans and the 3 pure ones worked together, they could not get rid of the monster. It would become his destined opponent in the future. I have to become stronger. I have to become stronger. Zhuowen's eyes were firm. As long as his strength became stronger than Pangu, then even if the primal chaos was terrifying, he, Zhuowen, would not be afraid at all. Thank you, Lady of Earth. Your long-cherished wish is also my mission. Even if you don't say it, I will eventually face the primal chaos. Whether it is for the starry sky or for my life, I, Zhuowen, will not back down. Zhuowen stood up and left the dimensional space. Immediately, the entire dimensional space collapsed. When Zhuowen came back to the giant tree, he found a figure on the giant tree. It was a young man in a long robe. His long and narrow eyes stared coldly at Zhuowen as if he was looking at his prey. You found something good in this giant tree, didn't you? Hand it over and break your hands. Then you can get lost. The man in long robes stared coldly at Zhuowen and spoke rudely. He stretched out his hand to Zhuowen and demanded the item he'd found. When Lady of Earth's parasites had entered Zhuowen's body, the giant tree had emitted a powerful aura. Though it had only lasted for a moment, the man in long robes had sensed it. He guessed that there must be a great treasure inside. The man in long robes had naturally discovered the hole Zhuowen had dug in the giant tree. He'd entered the hole and found the entrance to the dimensional space. However, the entrance was sealed and he couldn't enter, so he'd returned to the top of the giant tree to see who the cultivator who'd entered the dimensional space was. When he discovered that the cultivator was only a mere primal chaos lord, he was overjoyed. He knew that the item in the dimensional space was at his fingertips. As for primal chaos lord, he didn't really intend to let him go after he handed over the item. His words were only to make the cultivator lower his guard. Who the hell are you? Zhuowen frowned, feeling that this person was too arrogant. He was only an eternal overlord, which was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Let me tell you who I am. I'm Hao Tianyi, an inner disciple of the 10 Extremities In Corpse sect. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being rude and taking your worthless life. The man in long robes' eyes were filled with killing intent. He flew down and dove towards Zhuowen. He'd attacked without a word, intending to kill Zhuowen. The 10 Extremities In Corpse sect again. Zhuowen frowned. He didn't like the 10 Extremities In Corpse sect at all. Previously, Yin Wuxia had wanted to ask for 50 spots to enter the Divine Medicine Valley for free, which was proof of this. You regret it now, don't you? Unfortunately, even if you regret it, what's the use? You can go to hell and repent now." The man in long robes grinned maliciously. He approached Zhuowen and punched out, aiming for Zhuowen's chest. However, he soon discovered that the moment his fist landed on Zhuowen's chest, it was as if he had punched an iron plate that was as hard as iron. Zhuowen didn't move at all, but his fist was aching faintly. What's going on?" The man in a long robe was stunned. He couldn't believe that the physical body of this primordial chaos master was so terrifying. Smack. Chapter 28-21. Impersonating Haotiani was beaten into a daze. He wanted to stand up in a sorry state, but Zhuowen had already landed beside Haotiani and stomped down. Plop! Haotiani groaned and fell face first into the ground. He felt like his whole body was falling apart. With Zhuowen on his back, he couldn't get up at all. "How dare you? I'm a disciple of the 10 Extremities Yin Corpse sect. How dare you hit me?" Haotiani roared angrily. "Not only do I dare to hit you, but I also dare to kill you." Zhuowen's lips curled into a cold smile. He lifted Haotiani by the neck and poured all his terrifying power into Haotiani's body. Boom! Haotiani stared at Zhuowen in disbelief. He died just like that. His divine soul had been obliterated by Zhuowen. After killing Haotiani, Zhuowen noticed that the communication jade pendant on Haotiani's waist lit up. Zhuowen took Haotiani's communication jade pendant and found that it was a message from the leader of the 10 Extremities Yin Corpse sect, Yin Wuxia. The main content of the message was that Yin Wuxia had found a hidden valley. There were many eternal grade divine herbs in the valley. There were even some Genesis grade divine herbs. It was a real treasure valley. However, he wasn't the only one who found this treasure valley. Yu Junqi, the leader of the sun-chasing temple, also found it. As a result, Yin Wuxia and Yu Junqi engaged in a fierce battle, while the disciples of the Zhui Ri temple and the Yin Corpse sect also engaged in a fierce battle. Fairy Yin Wuxia sent a message to Haotiani, asking him to hurry to the valley and help. Zhuowen's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. It seemed that he was lucky to encounter such a good thing as soon as he came out. He could pretend to be Haotiani and enter the valley first, then wait for an opportunity to act. If there was a chance, he wouldn't mind taking all the divine herbs in the valley. Putting away the communication jade pendant, Zhuowen disguised himself as Haotiani and left. After about 6 hours, Zhuowen arrived at the valley mentioned in the communication jade talisman. This valley was located at the bottom of the abyss and was extremely well hidden. If it weren't for a coincidence, it would be impossible for ordinary cultivators to discover this valley. The moment Zhuowen entered the valley, he could feel the fluctuations of a great battle. There were 2 groups of people fighting in the valley. Zhuowen knew that these 2 groups were from the 10 Extreme Yin Corpse sect and the Sun-Chasing Temple. Judging from the current situation of the battle, the Yin Corpse sect of the 10 Extremes was at a disadvantage. The Yin Corpse sect's team only had 7 people, while the Chasing Sun Temple's team had 10 people. The 10 Absolutes Yin Corpse sect's team was completely suppressed by the Sun-Chasing Temple. However, Zhuowen did not see Yin Wuxia or Yu Junqi, the leader of the Sun-Chasing Temple. "Senior brother Hao, you're finally here. Come and help us." Not far away, a delicate female disciple from the 10 Extreme Yin Corpse sect's team noticed Zhuowen's arrival and was immediately overjoyed. She couldn't help but call out to him. Her voice naturally attracted the attention of others, especially the cultivators from the Sun-Chasing Temple. They all revealed gloomy expressions and murderous intent. A middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader of the Sun-Chasing Temple's team said to 2 cultivators beside him, "You 2 go and kill Haotiani, then come back and kill the others." The 2 cultivators cupped their hands at the middle-aged man and charged at Zhuowen with murderous intent. These 2 cultivators had decent cultivation bases and were eternal overlords. Unfortunately, in Zhuowen's eyes, they were no different from chickens and pottery dogs. Zhuowen only needed to throw 2 punches to severely injure the 2 cultivators. They collapsed to the side, unconscious. The 2 teams that had been engaged in a fierce battle were stunned when they saw Zhuowen take care of the 2 eternal overlords so easily. When they came to their senses, the cultivators from the 10 extreme Yin Corps sect cheered. Hao Tianyi was a disciple of their sect. They were saved this time. Hao Tianyi, how can you be so strong? The middle-aged man from the sun-chasing temple looked at Zhuowen in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. Zhuowen didn't pay any attention to this middle-aged man who was in a state of shock. He took a stride forward and flashed out like a bolt of lightning, and he quickly appeared before the middle-aged man. He still only struck out with a single punch, and this punch was extremely ordinary and didn't carry any charm. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with anger when he saw Zhuowen only throw out a single punch. He felt that Hao Tianyi was looking down on him. "I'll make you regret this." The middle-aged man took out the large saber on his back and slashed down. The terrifying saber light was like a crescent moon hanging in the sky, rushing toward Zhuowen with terrifying power. To everyone's surprise, Zhuowen grabbed the blade of light with his bare hands. With a squeeze, the blade of light was shattered into pieces. Not only were the cultivators from the sun-chasing temple in disbelief, but the other cultivators from the 10 extreme Yin Corps sect were also surprised. They didn't remember Hao Tianyi being so strong. Moreover, it was too abnormal for him to take the middle-aged man's saber light with his bare hand. One had to know that the middle-aged man had a high status in the sun-chasing temple, and his cultivation was a half-step Genesis overlord. He was considered the strongest existence in this group. Zhuowen took advantage of the moment when the middle-aged man was stunned and rushed forward. His right hand formed a claw and grabbed the middle-aged man's neck. In that instant, Zhuowen used the tyrannical Dao slaying technique. His right hand seemed to have turned into a beast's claw that could take a man's life. The middle-aged man screamed. His head was blasted into a bloody mist, and his divine soul dissipated. The moment the middle-aged man died, the surroundings fell silent. Senior brother, Hao helped us kill the sun-chasing temple's Lin Guanyu. Now it's time for us to fight back. The delicate female cultivator from the 10 extreme Yin Corps sect was the first to recover from her shock. She led the cultivators from the 10 extreme Yin Corps sect to fight back. The sun-chasing temple's morale was low due to the death of their strongest cultivator, Lin Guanyu. The cultivators from the 10 extreme Yin Corps sect seized the opportunity and scattered. In a short while, the cultivators from the sun-chasing temple were either dead or running away. The valley suddenly became quiet. "Thank you for your help, Senior Brother Hao. If you didn't come in time, we would have been in trouble." The delicate female cultivator hurried to Zhuowen and thanked Zhuowen. Her beautiful eyes shone with a strange light. Zhuowen asked curiously, "Why isn't Elder Yin here? Also, didn't Elder Yin send me a message saying that a precious divine medicine was found here? Why didn't I see it?" The delicate female cultivator hurriedly explained. After listening to her explanation, Zhuowen realized that the divine medicine was not here, but deep in the valley. At this moment, Yin Wuxie and Yu Junqi were fighting in the depths of the valley. It would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. "Senior Brother Hao, Elder Yin said before that if we win, we will immediately rush to the depths of the valley to help him pick the divine medicine." After the delicate female cultivator finished explaining, she continued to speak to Zhuowen. "In that case, let's go quickly." Zhuowen's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked the delicate female cultivator to bring him there. Chapter 28-22. The Enraged Yin Wuxie. As they went deeper into the valley, Zhuowen could feel the terrifying shockwaves from the battle. He knew that it was probably the battle between Yin Wuxie and Yu Junqi. Soon, the group arrived at the depths of the valley. At this moment, Zhuowen saw an average-sized herb field in the deepest part of the valley. The herb field glowed with vibrant colors and emitted an astonishing medicinal fragrance. Far away from the herb field, Yin Wuxie and Yu Junqi were fighting in the air. The battle was extremely intense, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. However, the two of them knew their limits. Although the shock waves from their battle were terrifying, they didn't allow the shock waves to affect the herb field. The herb field was a huge treasure. They didn't want it to be destroyed because of their battle. Otherwise, their battle would lose all meaning. Yin Wuxie was overjoyed when he saw Zhuowen and the others arrive. On the other hand, Yu Junqi's expression changed drastically, as if he had guessed something. Tianyi, lead the others to the herb field to pick the divine herbs. Remember, pick the Genesis grade divine herbs first. You can't afford to lose them, Yin Wuxie shouted. Without needing Yin Wuxie's instructions, Zhuowen had already taken action the moment he saw the herb field in the depths of the valley. There was a limit of 5 divine herbs to be picked in the divine herb valley this time. Once you picked 5 divine herbs, you would be teleported out immediately. Zhuowen's actions immediately caused Yin Wuxie to frown. After all, he hadn't even finished speaking, and Tianyi had already taken action. This was basically treating his words as nothing more than passing wind. However, Yin Wuxie quickly realized that something was wrong. Tianyi's aura was very weak. It didn't seem like the aura of an eternal overlord. Wait, you're not Tianyi. Yin Wuxie suddenly shouted. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed at Zhuowen, who was running toward the herb field. But just as Yin Wuxie attacked, she was immediately blocked by Yu Junqi. Yin Wuxie had no choice but to instruct the other cultivators of the Yin Corpse sect to stop Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen's speed was too fast, and he was the first to run out, so the others couldn't catch up with Zhuowen at all. When Zhuowen arrived at the herb field, he immediately discovered that there were 4 Genesis grade elixirs in the field. He didn't hesitate to put them into his bag. After he put away the 4 Genesis grade divine herbs, the 7 disciples of the 10 ultimate Yin Corpse sect, led by the delicate female cultivator, surrounded Zhuowen. What is the meaning of this? Zhuowen asked calmly. Senior brother Hao, hand over the 4 Genesis great herbs. Those herbs should be given to Elder Yin. The delicate female cultivator looked at Zhuowen warily. She finally noticed that Zhuowen's aura was indeed very weak. He didn't seem like an eternal overlord. She hadn't noticed before because she'd been fighting with the cultivators of the sun-chasing temple. It was only when Yin Wuxie suddenly brought it up that she noticed this suspicious point about Zhuowen. What if I don't hand it over? Zhuowen asked coolly. If you don't hand it over, then I'm sorry. The delicate female cultivator shot a look at the others, and they all attacked together, intending to surround and kill Zhuowen. Zhuowen sneered and used the tyrannical art of Dao slaying. His entire body was like a fighting machine, and every move he made had the power to annihilate the heavenly Dao. Next, Zhuowen punched each of the surrounding cultivators and blew them up. The pretty woman's face went grim as she exerted all her ability with the intention of blocking Zhuowen's punch, yet it was utterly useless. Her entire body was blasted flying, and her body was on the verge of collapse as she fell to the ground and was on the verge of death. Zhuowen showed no mercy. The members of the 10 Ultimates Yin Corpse sect were not kind people. One could see this sect style from Yin Wuxie and Tianyi. How dare you! Not far away, Yin Wuxie, who was still entangled with Yu Junqi, roared angrily and rushed toward Zhuowen. Yu Junqi didn't stop him. He'd already sensed that something was wrong. He knew that Tianyi was an imposter and that this person was very likely someone from another faction. Now that all 4 Genesis stage herbs had been taken away by that cultivator, how could he be in the mood to continue fighting with Yin Wuxie? Zhuowen saw that Yin Wuxie was on the verge of losing his mind. He didn't choose to fight him head-on. Instead, he casually took a divine herb from the herb field and disappeared from the herb field. He was teleported out. Yin Wuxie landed on the surface of the herb field. He was so angry that he roared, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the 4 most precious Genesis grade herbs in the herb field had already been taken by Zhuowen. Damn it! I'll definitely find you, then pull out your tendons and peel off your bones. I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Yin Wuxia was so angry that his chest tightened. He steeled his heart and casually plucked 5 divine herbs from the herb field. He also teleported out of the area. Yu Junqi hovered nearby. He couldn't help but shake his head when he saw Yin Wuxia's extreme actions. If he was Yin Wuxia, he definitely wouldn't leave the Divine Medicine Valley so hastily. Instead, he planned to stay in the Divine Medicine Valley for a while longer. Perhaps he could find even better divine herbs. After leaving the Divine Medicine Valley, Zhuowen landed on the plaza. At the same time, he returned to his original appearance. Zhuowen didn't think that Yin Wuxia would immediately chase after him. After all, the Divine Medicine Valley was so big. Moreover, the 4 most precious Genesis grade herbs in the herb field had already been taken by him. As long as that Yin Wuxia was rational enough, he would definitely continue to stay in the Divine Medicine Valley and search for other precious divine herbs. It's actually you, you little bastard. How dare you pretend to be a disciple of the 10 Extremes in Corp sect to steal my divine herbs? You're practically asking for death. A fierce shout sounded from behind Zhuowen. Then, an extremely terrifying aura locked onto Zhuowen. An unprecedentedly huge energy palm slammed down from above Zhuowen's head. It enveloped Zhuowen's entire body. This palm was really too terrifying. It was the full power attack of a late-stage Genesis tier mighty figure. At this moment, there were many cultivators gathered on the plaza. When Zhuowen teleported out, no one paid much attention to him. However, when Yin Wuxia teleported out and immediately attacked Zhuowen, everyone's attention was drawn to Zhuowen. At the same time, many cultivators were guessing what Zhuowen had done to infuriate Yin Wuxia to the point that she would attack him. Chapter 28-23. Entering the Pill Formation Pagoda. This Zhuowen is done for. He actually provoked Yin Wuxia to attack him so mercilessly. He's dead for sure. The difference is too big. This Zhuowen is only Lord Hunyuan. Yin Wuxia's attack is enough to make this Zhuowen die without a burial ground. Everyone was discussing. Meanwhile, Huan Taiping, who was guarding nearby, suddenly stood up and shouted, "Yin Wuxia, this is the Pill Formation Immortal Alliance. How dare you attack as you please? Are you looking down on the Pill Formation Immortal Alliance?" However, Yin Wuxia acted as if he didn't hear him. His attack became even faster, and it instantly engulfed Zhuowen's figure. Boom! A huge pit appeared in the plaza. Smoke filled the air, and the plaza was completely silent. The instant Yin Wuxia attacked, he hurriedly cupped his hands and apologized to Huan Taiping. Grandmaster Huan, this Zhuowen doesn't know what's good for him. He attacked and killed a disciple of the 10 Extreme Yin Corp sect in the Divine Medicine Valley. Furthermore, he used despicable methods to steal 4 Genesis grade divine herbs from me. I suppressed him in a fit of anger. Now that something like this has happened, it's really unintentional. Yin Wuxia's words were sincere, and she even lowered her status. Huan Taiping landed not far in front of Yin Wuxia. Just as he was about to speak, a figure suddenly jumped out and slapped Yin Wuxia's face. Yin Wuxia's attention was focused on Huan Taiping, so he wasn't prepared. He was directly slapped to the ground, looking extremely pathetic. "Who is it?" Yin Wuxia immediately stood up and looked forward with bloodshot eyes. He was shocked to find that the person who had attacked him was actually Zhuowen. "You're not dead?" Yin Wuxia asked in disbelief. The surroundings were in an uproar. Clearly, no one had expected that Zhuowen would be safe and sound under the attack of a late-stage Genesis grade cultivator. "Old dog Yin, the divine medicine in the Divine Medicine Valley isn't yours. What right do you have to say that it was snatched from your hands? You old dog, you are truly shameless," Zhuowen said coldly. Yin Wuxia was enraged. just as he was about to make a move to teach Zhuo a lesson. Huan Taiping stopped him. Elder Yin, I won't say anything about you making a move in the square without permission. If you dare to act recklessly in front of me again, then don't blame me for being impolite. As Huan Taiping spoke, the restrictive array formation on the surface of the plaza suddenly became powerful and terrifying, firmly locking Yin Wuxia in place. Yin Wuxia had no doubt that as long as he dared to make a move, the restrictions around the square would immediately transform into a killing array. At that time, he would be in trouble. He had seen the might of the Pill Array Immortal Alliance's restriction array. If it was fully activated, it could even kill a Genesis lord like him. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Yin Wuxia saw that he couldn't make a move and didn't want to stay here for long. He simply left the square. Many thanks, Grandmaster Huan. After Yin Wuxia left, Zhuowen cupped his fists towards Huan Taiping to express his gratitude. Huan Taiping waved his hand and looked at Zhuowen. Zhuowen, this Yin Wuxia probably won't let this go so easily. I see that your talent in alchemy is very strong. If you join my Pill Array Immortal Alliance, I guarantee that once you advance to the Eternal Grade, I'll immediately confer you the position of an Elder of the Alliance. Zhuowen cupped his fists and said, Many thanks for Grandmaster Huan's kindness. It's my honor to be able to join the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. However, I have a request. After I join the Pill Array Immortal Alliance, the Pill Array Immortal Alliance can't restrict my freedom. Huan Taiping nodded and said, As long as you become an Elder of the Pill Array Immortal Alliance, the Pill Array Immortal Alliance naturally won't restrict your freedom. Moreover, you'll be able to enjoy the various benefits of the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. Zhuowen frowned. He knew that Huan Taiping was implying that only after he became an Eternal Grade alchemist would he have the qualifications to enjoy the freedom of an elder. Since that's the case, I'll think about it first. After I leave the Pill Array Pagoda, I'll give Grandmaster Huan an answer. How about it? Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Seeing Zhuowen decline, Huan Taiping frowned slightly. His eyes flashed, and he finally nodded. All right, we'll discuss this after you leave the Pill Array Pagoda. Now, you're going to enter the Pill Array Pagoda. Take this jade slip. This jade slip records the rules of the Pill Array Pagoda. Before you enter the Pill Array Pagoda, you'd better take a look. Zhuowen kept the jade slip. He was very grateful towards Huan Taiping in his heart. Shortly after, he cupped his fists and said, Many thanks, Grandmaster Huan. Now, I'm going to enter the Pill Array Pagoda. I hope that Grandmaster Huan can open the door to the Pill Array Pagoda. Yes, this Pill Array Pagoda has 12 levels. If you want to go up, you'll have to comprehend the Pill Array Dao of the corresponding level. You're only an alchemist, so you only need to comprehend the Pill Dao. As for the Array Dao, you can ignore it. After Huan Taiping finished speaking, he waved his sleeve and opened the door to the bottom of the Pill Array Pagoda. Zhuowen's figure flashed and entered the pagoda. This Zhuowen is going to enter the Pill Array Pagoda. I wonder which level he'll be able to enter. The Pill Array Pagoda has 12 levels. I heard that the strongest Genesis Grade alchemist of the Pill Array Immortal Alliance only reached the 10th level. Have you forgotten about the Creation Grade alchemist of the Pill Array Immortal Alliance? I heard that he reached the 11th level. He's only one step away from entering the last level of the Pill Array Pagoda. It's really shocking and heaven-defying. When the people in the plaza saw that Zhuowen had entered the Pill Array Pagoda, their interest was piqued. They were all guessing which level Zhuowen would be able to enter. Huan Taiping stood at the bottom of the Pill Array Pagoda. An old man with white hair and beard, who was also wearing a wide robe, came to Huan Taiping's side with a walking stick. He stroked his snow-white beard and said with a light smile, "This little guy is very spirited. I wonder which level he'll be able to enter." According to past experience, it's already very impressive for this little guy to be able to pass the 5th level. However, this is still not enough. If he wants to obtain the qualifications to enter the pill array Dao domain, he'll have to reach the 7th level at least, Huan Taiping muttered with a frown. The old man shook his head and said, "The number of talents in our local pill array Immortal Alliance branch has indeed withered in recent years. I'm afraid our local pill array Dao domain will be at a disadvantage this time. Taiping, I think you're placing too much hope on this little guy, and your expectations are too high." Huan Taiping said in a low voice, "Elder Fong, this time he's only a mystery-grade alchemist, yet he's able to refine the heavenly soul marrow cleansing divine pill. Moreover, his success rate is 100%, and the quality is even unique. Is this something an ordinary alchemist can do? However, this Zhuowen has done it. Therefore, I think he's very likely the hope of our local pill array Immortal Alliance's younger generation." Elder Fong nodded and said, "This little guy's performance in the Pill Grand Assembly was indeed extraordinary. However, his alchemy skills are too low. In this short period of time, he shouldn't be too far away from the qualifying round. It's impossible for this little guy to become an eternal grade alchemist in a short period of time." Huan Taiping sighed. This was also where his worries lay. Chapter 28-24. The mysterious pill refining book's abnormality. After a moment of dizziness, Zhuowen opened his eyes. What he saw was a space that looked like a starry sky. His surroundings were cold and dark. In this strange space, there were flowing lights that looked like shooting stars. The tracks of the flowing lights were like strands of silk. They were intertwined and complicated. Zhuowen knew that the traces left behind by the flowing lights were the Dao rhythm of the pill array Grand Dao. As long as he entered the traces of flowing lights, he would be able to comprehend the 2 Grand Daos of pill array Grand Dao. If he gained anything, his Dao array level would increase greatly. Zhuowen didn't recklessly enter the traces of flowing lights. Instead, he took out the jade letter that Huan Taiping gave him and studied it carefully. His eyes flickered and he fell into deep thought. He was currently on the 1st level of the Pill Array Pagoda, which was also the lowest level. According to the jade letter that Huan Taiping gave him, the Pill Array Pagoda was, as its name suggested, split into 2 parts, Pill Dao and Array Dao. Zhuowen was currently outside of the traces of flowing lights. This meant that he hadn't truly entered the Pill Array Pagoda's trial. This was a buffer for the Pill Array Masters who entered the Pill Array Pagoda. It gave them enough time to choose whether they wanted to comprehend Pill Dao or Array Dao. Zhuowen walked to the front of the traces of flowing lights. There was a jade platform that was half the height of a person. This jade platform was very ordinary. The jade on the surface had lost its luster. However, at the top of the jade platform, there was a circular pattern. This pattern was divided into 2 areas. From Zhuowen's understanding, it was easy to see that these 2 areas represented pills and arrays. These were the buttons for the cultivators who entered the Pill Array Pagoda. If one wanted to comprehend Pill Dao, they had to press the button for pills. Otherwise, they had to press the button for arrays. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He extended his hand and pressed the buttons for the 2 diagrams together. He was both a pill master and an array master. This was an extremely rare opportunity to enter the Pill Array Pagoda. Naturally, he couldn't just comprehend Pill Dao. When he pressed the buttons for pills and arrays, the flowing lights in front of him suddenly surged. They formed a wave and swept Zhuowen in. At this moment, the people around the square discovered that the Pill Array Pagoda, which had not changed before, was now emitting a dazzling light. Moreover, this light split into 2 regions on the surface of the Pill Array Tower. One region revealed the illusory image of the pill, while the other region revealed the illusory image of the array. Of course, the 2 shadows only appeared on the 1st level of the Pill Array Pagoda. This little fellow actually activated the buttons of the pill array's 2 great regions at the same time. Is he trying to comprehend the pill array's 2 great Dao runes at the same time? Huan Taiping's eyes were filled with shock, and he could not help but blurt out, the old man standing beside Huan Taiping. Fang Zisher's expression wasn't much better than Huan Taiping's. One had to know that there were many cultivators in the Pale Array Immortal Alliance who cultivated both Pale Dao and Array Dao at the same time. However, almost none of them dared to enter the Pale Array Pagoda and comprehend the Pale Array Dao at the same time. It wasn't that they couldn't comprehend it at the same time, but that they didn't dare to do so. A person's energy was limited. Even a cultivator would find it hard to do two things at the same time. Even if they could do it, the efficiency would be much lower than focusing on one thing. There were many greedy cultivators like Zhuowen in the Pale Array Immortal Alliance. They didn't want to waste the opportunity to enter the Pale Array Pagoda, so they chose to comprehend the Pale Array Dao at the same time. However, in the end, they couldn't even pass the first level of the Pale Array Pagoda. This was because comprehending both Pale Dao and Array Dao at the same time created a strong disturbance. If one wanted to comprehend both thoroughly, they would end up with nothing. Taiping, didn't you tell this little fella about this taboo? It seems like this little fella won't be able to pass the first level. This opportunity to enter the Pale Array Pagoda has been wasted. Fang Zisher shook his head and sighed. Huan Taiping smiled bitterly. This was indeed his mistake. He always thought that Zhuowen was only a pill refiner and didn't know the Array Dao. Therefore, he didn't remind Zhuowen of this taboo. If he knew that Zhuowen also knew the Array Dao, he would have warned Zhuowen not to be too greedy. On the first level of the Pale Array Pagoda, countless streams of light surged, leaving behind dazzling scars in the air. If one looked carefully, these streams of light could be divided into two different colors. One was a fiery red, representing the Pale Dao. The other was a cold blue, representing the Array Dao. Zhuowen was in the middle of these two Dao. He was like a small boat in the middle of the ocean that could capsize at any time. At this moment, Zhuowen's heart was bitter. He didn't think that activating both the Pale Dao and Array Dao would cause such a rapid chain reaction. Due to the conflict between the two Dao, the Dao was in chaos. Zhuowen didn't even need to talk about comprehending them. It was already good enough that he could protect himself. I can't continue like this. Otherwise, I won't even be able to pass the first level and will be kicked out. Wouldn't that be a waste of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enter the Pale Array Pagoda? Zhuowen's eyes flashed, and he took out the mysterious pill book. This mysterious pill book had an extraordinary origin, and there were many things he didn't know about it. Now that he encountered an unexpected situation in the Pale Array Pagoda, he could only take out this mysterious pill book to test it out. What surprised Zhuowen was that after he took out the mysterious pill book, the violent Pale Dao around him calmed down. Then, Zhuowen shockingly discovered that the mysterious pill book was violently absorbing the surrounding Pale Dao. In less than an hour, the red streams of light that represented the Pale Dao were completely absorbed by the mysterious pill book. Then, Zhuowen discovered that the surface of the mysterious pill book had changed quite a bit. Originally, whether it was the cover or the pages inside the mysterious pill book, they were all blank. It was like a heavenly book without words. The only words were the last few pages of pill formulas and some records about the Pale Dao. This was because Zhuowen's Pale Dao had improved by a lot. The contents of the mysterious pill book had increased according to his Pale Dao standards. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any words in the mysterious pill book. Now that the mysterious pill book had absorbed the Pale Array Pagoda's Pale Dao, many words appeared in the blank pages. Zhuowen came to a sudden realization. He knew that there were records in the mysterious pill book. In the past, the reason why he couldn't see the contents of the mysterious pill book was because his Pale Dao standards were too low. He didn't have enough Pale Dao, so he couldn't reveal the original contents of the mysterious pill book. Chapter 28-25. True Pale Array Record Originally. Zhuowen thought that this mysterious pill book would stop after absorbing all the Pale Dao spirituality of the Pale Array Pagoda's first level. However, he realized that he was wrong. This was because after this mysterious pill book finished absorbing the Pale Dao's Dao, It actually started to absorb the array Dao's Dao. Streaks of blue light were absorbed by the mysterious pill book like a whale sucking in water. Zhuowen was dumbfounded when he saw this. Wasn't this a pill book? Why was it absorbing the array Dao's Dao? However, Zhuowen soon calmed down. He looked at the mysterious pill book and started to ponder seriously. It seemed like this mysterious pill book wasn't just a pill book. It was probably a godly pill book that combined the pill Dao and array Dao. After the array Dao's Dao was completely absorbed, Zhuowen discovered that 4 bold and powerful words appeared on the cover of this godly book. So this godly book's full name is True Pill Array Record. Zhuowen muttered to himself. He couldn't help but flip open the True Pill Array Record. He was immediately attracted by the contents of this book. The True Alchemy Array Record explained the principles and processes of Alchemy Dao and Array Dao in simple terms. While Zhuowen was reading the True Alchemy Array Record, he was also constantly verifying his own Alchemy Array Dao and discovering many flaws and inadequacies. Zhuowen was intoxicated. After flipping through about 1/12 of the True Pill Array Record, he realized that the rest of the pages were all blank. Zhuowen put down the True Pill Array Record. He knew that if he wanted to read the rest of the True Pill Array Record, he would need to enter the higher levels of the Pill Array Pagoda. He would need to let the True Pill Array Record completely absorb the Pill Array Dao's Dao. Zhuowen kept the True Pill Array Record and walked towards the second level of the Pill Array Pagoda. He knew that with this True Pill Array Record, the Pill Array Pagoda wouldn't be a problem for him. The Pill Array Pagoda's second level was much denser and more intense than the first level. If Zhuowen relied on himself, he wouldn't be able to last for long on the second level. However, these terrifying Pill Array Daoist rhymes were not a problem for the True Pill Array Record. He absorbed them all. After the True Pill Array Record absorbed all the Pill Array Dao runes of the second level, some mysterious content appeared in the 1/12 blank space at the back of the record. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was like a thirsty scholar as he tirelessly flipped through the contents of the True Record of Alchemy. His alchemy skills had also unknowingly improved as he flipped through the True Record of Alchemy. When Zhuowen reached the 4th level of the Pill Array Pagoda, his Array Dao level seemed to have been enlightened. He directly broke through the primordial chaos realm and rushed into the heaven's fate realm. Above Zhuowen's Tianling meridian, an invisible Array Dao ripple spread out. It actually resonated with the Array Dao spirituality within the Pill Array Tower. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with excitement. He didn't expect his Array Dao level to break through so quickly. He knew that all of this was due to the True Pill Array Record. Moreover, he also discovered that his Alchemy Dao level was faintly showing signs of breaking through. His Alchemy Dao level had already reached the mysterious level. If he took another step forward, he would reach the eternal level. As long as his Alchemy Dao level reached the eternal level, he would instantly become an elder the moment he entered the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. This was what Huan Taiping had promised him. As Zhuowen continued to explore, more and more blank spaces appeared in the True Pill Array Record. Zhuowen's Alchemy Dao level also continued to rise. When Zhuowen reached the 7th level, his Array Dao level broke through again, reaching the mysterious level. His Alchemy Dao level reached the peak of the mysterious level. He wasn't far from the eternal level. In fact, if Zhuowen wanted to break through to the eternal level, he could do it. However, he didn't do so. Instead, he planned to break through to the eternal level in both his Alchemy Dao and Array Dao. After studying the True Pill Array Record, he knew that Alchemy Dao and Array Dao came from the same source. The two complemented each other. If the two were of the same level and advanced together, it would be of great help to his future Alchemy Dao cultivation. But if the two weren't of the same level, not only would they fail to complement each other, the lower level might even drag down the higher level. This was also the reason why Zhuowen would encounter 2 types of Dao charm when he planned to enter the Pill Array Pagoda to comprehend the two types of Tao charm. In the end, it became an obstacle for him to comprehend either Tao charm. If his alchemy Tao and array Tao levels were of the same level, then the two would form a balance. Entering the pill array pagoda to comprehend the two types of Tao charm would be beneficial. The efficiency would even be higher than comprehending a single Tao charm. Zhuowen continued to move upwards. When he entered the pill array pagoda's 10th level, 5/6 of the true pill array record's blank spaces had already been filled with dense words and content. The moment Zhuowen entered the 10th level, Zhuowen's alchemy Tao and array Tao broke through simultaneously, reaching the eternal grade. Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a look of enlightenment. His hands kept forming seals in the void, and he took out array flags one after another. Unexpectedly, he set up an eternal level array formation in a short time. After setting up the formation, Zhuowen took out the Emperor Pill Cauldron and took out various herbs from the macro world. He planned to start alchemy directly on the 10th level of the Pill Array Pagoda. Advancing in the alchemy Tao was much more troublesome than advancing in the array Tao. Only after successfully refining a spirit pill of the corresponding level could one truly consolidate their advancement. This time, Zhuowen was refining the most basic eternal level spirit pill, called the Eternal Pill. Opening the furnace and igniting the spirit flame, Zhuowen methodically refined the Eternal Pill. The alchemy process flowed smoothly without the slightest sloppiness. To Zhuowen's surprise, the process of refining the Eternal Pill went extremely smoothly. He succeeded on his first try. When he succeeded in refining the Eternal Pill, the look of enlightenment in his eyes deepened, and his understanding of the eternal level alchemy Tao deepened. He knew that from this moment on, he was an eternal level alchemy master. This Pill Array Pagoda has a total of 12 levels. There are still 2 levels left. As long as I enter the last 2 levels, all the gaps in the true Pill Array record will be completed. Perhaps my alchemy skills will rise to another level. Zhuowen's eyes fell on the stairs leading to the 11th level at the end of the 10th level. His eyes shone with excitement. Without any hesitation, he stepped onto the stairs and walked towards the 11th level. What Zhuowen didn't know was that while he was breaking through the Pill Array Pagoda, the square was as lively as a boiling pot. Even Huan Taiping and Fang Zisher, who were watching from the side, were dumbstruck. Their entire bodies froze on the spot. He actually broke through to the 10th level, and under the conditions of stimulating both the alchemy Tao and array Tao. The corners of Fang Zisher's mouth twitched. He didn't know what to say. In his opinion, Zhuowen might not even be able to break through the first level. However, Zhuowen's performance was as if he had broken through all the obstacles and directly entered the Pill Array Pagoda's 10th level. Huan Taiping's shock wasn't any weaker than Fang Zisher's. At the same time, he was ecstatic. Chapter 28-26. Pill Array Immortal Alliance Leader. This time, after this kid comes out of the Pill Array Pagoda, even if his alchemy skills are still at the profound grade, I will still give him the position of an elder. Huan Taiping's eyes shone brightly as he smiled. Fang Zisher did not refute. He did not object to Zhuowen becoming an elder of the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. In the Pill Array Immortal Alliance, anyone who could reach the 10th level of the Pill Array Pagoda would become a Genesis Pill Master. The few old farts of their generation had reached the 10th level of the Pill Array Pagoda when they were young. Now, they had become the pillars of the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. Look! The 11th level of the Pill Array Pagoda is lit up. Is Zhuowen going to reach the 11th level? My God, I heard that there is only one person who can reach the 11th level in the Pill Array Immortal Alliance, and that is the mysterious creation Grade Alchemist. He is also the number 1 person behind the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. The 11th level of the Pill Array Pagoda is really lit up. This Zhuowen is too ferocious. He actually reached this level. He is definitely abnormal. After discovering that the 11th level of the Pill Array Pagoda was lit up, everyone in the plaza exclaimed. Discussions swept out like a tidal wave. Everyone was shocked. Huan Taiping and Feng Zisher were completely frozen. Their mouths were slightly open, and they could not say a single word. This Zhuowen must be roped into the Pale Array Immortal Alliance, no matter the cost. Feng Zisher was the first to regain his senses. He made up his mind. Zhuowen was really too heaven-defying. He was actually able to reach the 11th level of the Pale Array Pagoda. One had to know that in the entire Pale Array Immortal Alliance, only the mysterious creation Grade Alchemist, who was also the ruler behind the Pale Array Immortal Alliance, had reached the 11th level. But now there was one more person. If the Pale Array Immortal Alliance did not rope in such a genius, then their Pale Array Immortal Alliance would really have a screw loose. Huan Taiping was also pleasantly surprised. His heart was like a turbulent sea, and he could not calm down. Zhuowen closed the true Pale Array record again, and the light of understanding in his eyes became more and more obvious. He was currently at the 11th level of the Pale Array Pagoda, and after the Pale Array True record absorbed the Pale Array Tao aura of this level, the newest 1/12 of the content had appeared. Zhuowen had also finished reading it. At this moment, Zhuowen's Alchemy Tao and Array Tao had both reached the peak of the eternal level. The more he read the true Alchemy Array record, the more enlightened Zhuowen became. Naturally, his comprehension of the true Alchemy Array record also increased. Although Zhuowen's level of Alchemy Array had just advanced to the eternal grade, the true Alchemy Array record had inspired him greatly. It had allowed him to improve his Alchemy Array level to the peak of the eternal grade in a short period of time. Zhuowen had a premonition that if he could study the entire true pill formation record, perhaps he would be able to see through the third step of pill formations and directly advance to the God of Creation stage. This premonition became more and more intense in Zhuowen's mind, and Zhuowen's heart also became more and more passionate. If he could reach the God of Creation stage in all his Alchemy Array Tao, his status in the host region would be equal to those Tao Palace Masters of Creation stage Almighties. If he joined the Pale Array Immortal Alliance as a God of Creation stage Alchemy Master and Array Tao Master, his status would be no different from Huan Taiping and Feng Zisher, the older generation Alchemy Masters and Array Tao Masters of the Pale Array Immortal Alliance. As he thought of this, Zhuowen resolutely stepped onto the 12th level. His eyes were filled with determination, and the true Alchemy Array record in his hands also emitted a rich light. It seemed to be excited and anticipating the Pale Array Tao aura of the 12th level of the Pale Array Pagoda. In the deepest part of the Pale Array Immortal Alliance, there was an ordinary pavilion. The surface of this pavilion was filled with terrifying array restrictions. If a cultivator who understood Array Tao came near this pavilion, they would immediately be so shocked that they wouldn't dare to come close. This was because the array restrictions on the surface of this ordinary pavilion were even more terrifying than the ones around the Pale Array Pagoda. Once these restrictions were activated, they would form an extremely powerful death trap array that would exterminate all enemies who dared to invade this pavilion. At this moment, in a simple room inside the pavilion, a white-haired youth was sitting on a purple praying mat. The white-haired young man's body was surrounded by extremely abstruse restriction ripples, which were obscure and profound. Suddenly, the white-haired youth opened his eyes. Shock could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Someone actually made it to the 12th level of the Pale Array Pagoda. Who exactly is it? The white-haired youth stood up abruptly. He didn't conceal the shock in his eyes. I have to go take a look. After saying this, the white-haired youth disappeared from the pavilion. At this moment, the surroundings of the Pale Array Pagoda were completely silent. Everyone was staring at the light that was still shining on the top floor of the Pale Array Pagoda. There was no discussion or clamor. They were all shocked speechless by what had happened on the Pale Array Pagoda. Everyone knew that ever since the Pale Array Pagoda had been established, no one had ever made it to the 12th level. Even the mysterious Pill Array Immortal Alliance's creation-grade alchemist hadn't done it. However, today the unknown Zhuan had done it. Moreover, he was only a mystery-grade alchemist. This result made many people's jaws drop. They couldn't believe it. Huan Taiping and Feng Zisher were speechless. Their expressions were numb. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The white-haired youth appeared behind the two of them. Alliance Master. When Huan Taiping and Feng Zisher saw the white-haired youth, they hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed. However, they were extremely shocked. The white-haired youth was the true ruler of the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. He was also the only creation-grade alchemist in the Alliance. Normally, he wouldn't appear unless the Pill Array Immortal Alliance was in a life-and-death crisis. However, today, the white-haired youth had come out of seclusion for Zhuan. Who's making it to the Pill Array Pagoda? The white-haired youth only nodded slightly at Huan Taiping and Feng Zisher. Then he looked at the Pill Array Pagoda and asked. Huan Taiping hurriedly clasped his hands and recounted everything related to Zhuan in full detail. He's actually not a member of our Pill Array Immortal Alliance. He's just a rogue cultivator? The white-haired youth revealed an astonished expression. He clearly didn't expect that the person who made it to the 12th level of the Pill Array Pagoda was actually a nameless rogue cultivator. Invite this child to join our Pill Array Immortal Alliance. Let him become our 5th Immortal Master. His position will be the same as the two of you, the white-haired youth said calmly. Huan Taiping and Feng Zisher were shocked. They didn't expect the white-haired youth to value Zhuan so much. He actually directly gave Zhuan the position of Immortal Master. In the huge Pill Array Immortal Alliance, there were only 4 Immortal Masters. Huan Taiping and Feng Zisher were 2 of them. Regardless of whether it was Huan Taiping or Feng Zisher, it took them countless years of hard work and contributions to finally become an Immortal Master of the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. In the Pill Array Immortal Alliance, it was impossible to become an Immortal Master just by relying on talent and potential. One also needed sufficient experience and prestige. However, the white-haired youth directly made Zhuan an Immortal Master of the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. This showed that he valued Zhuan greatly. Chapter 28-27 Bestowed to an Immortal Master on the 12th floor of the Pill Array Pagoda. Zhuan's eyes shone as he looked at the true Pill Array record in front of him. He absorbed all of the Pill Array Dao aura around him, and the last 1/12th blank space of the true Pill Array record was filled with words. Zhuan couldn't wait any longer. He grabbed the true Pill Array record and started to study it as if he was drunk. The look of enlightenment in his eyes became more and more intense. When Zhuan put down the true Pill Array record, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration at the profound knowledge of the cultivator who created this record. The true Pill Array record was extremely profound. Zhuan knew that studying it once wasn't enough. He had to study it repeatedly in order to gain more and more. However, even though he had only roughly studied it once, his gains were unimaginable. What made Zhuan regretful was that his alchemy Dao and array Dao had both reached the pinnacle of the eternal grade. He originally thought that he could break through to the Genesis grade after entering the 12th floor of the Pill Array Pagoda. However, now it seemed that he had overestimated himself. However, it wasn't that he didn't gain anything. At least he had seen the trajectory of the Pill Array Dao and gained a lot of insights. Breaking through to the Genesis grade was only a matter of time for him. It's time to go down. Zhuan put away the true Pill Array record. This was a very important thing, and he had to protect it well. Otherwise, it might attract the attention of others. When Zhuan walked down the Pill Array Pagoda, he found that the atmosphere around the plaza was unusually quiet. Many pairs of eyes were focused on him, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Huan Taiping and Feng Zisher hurried forward. Huan Taiping had a warm smile on his face as he said, Congratulations, Xiaoyu. You actually shocked the world by entering the 12th floor of the Pillar Pagoda. Fang Zisher also clasped his hands in greeting and said some words of praise. Zhuowen was a little surprised. Huan Taiping and Fang Zisher were both Genesis-grade alchemists of the Pillar Immortal Alliance. They had high positions and authority. Although he had shocked the world by entering the 12th floor of the Pillar Pagoda, it wasn't enough for two Genesis-grade alchemists to treat him so warmly and politely. His gaze quickly noticed the white-haired youth behind Huan Taiping and Fang Zisher. The white-haired youth looked ordinary, but Zhuowen felt an indescribable sense of oppression from the white-haired youth. Zhuowen knew that this youth was definitely not simple. Moreover, from the positions Huan Taiping and Fang Zisher were standing in, it could be seen that these two were faintly following the white-haired youth's lead of him. Zhuowen, you. Zhuowen, you. Of you. You. Zhuowen. Zhuowen. Of you. Of little friend Zhua. This is the alliance leader of the Pillar Immortal Alliance, Ji Wuming. He's also the only creation-grade pill master in the Pillar Immortal Alliance. Huan Taiping hurriedly introduced, his eyes filled with reverence. Zhuowen. He didn't expect this white-haired youth to be the Pillar Immortal Alliance's alliance head. No wonder Huan Taiping and Fang Zisher were so respectful. Greetings. Zhuowen cupped his fists. The white-haired youth was satisfied with Zhuowen's performance. He nodded. He stared at Zhuowen and said, Zhuowen, you passed the 12th floor of the Pillar Pagoda. This shows that you have unlimited potential. In the future, you will be able to break through to the 3rd step of the Pillar Grand Tao. You are the first cultivator in the history of the Pillar Immortal Alliance to pass the 12th floor of the Pillar Pagoda. Now, I, Ji Wuming, invite you to be the 5th Immortal Master of the Pillar Immortal Alliance. Do you agree? Zhuowen was stunned. He didn't know what an Immortal Master was. Huan Taiping quickly explained to Zhuowen what an Immortal Master was. At the same time, he mentioned that once Zhuowen became an Immortal Master of the Pillar Immortal Alliance, he would be on the same level as Fang Zisher and him. Zhuowen was shocked. He looked at Ji Wuming. He didn't expect Ji Wuming to give him such a high position. It seemed like Ji Wuming valued him a lot. Zhuowen only wanted to become an elder of the Pillar Immortal Alliance. He wanted to use the Pillar Immortal Alliance to restrain that old geezer Yin Wuxia. Now that he was an Immortal Master, he had a much higher status than an elder of the Pillar Immortal Alliance. Yin Wuxia would have to hold back before he could deal with him. Many thanks for Alliance Head Ji's kindness. But after I become an Immortal Master, will there be restrictions on my freedom? Zhuowen asked hesitantly. Xiaoyu, don't worry. An Immortal Master is the most respected Pillar Grandmaster of the Pillar Immortal Alliance. There won't be any restrictions in the Pillar Immortal Alliance. However, when the Pillar Immortal Alliance is in danger, as an Immortal Master of the Pillar Immortal Alliance, you must protect the Pillar Immortal Alliance with your life, Huan Taiping said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhuowen agreed without hesitation. The white-haired young man, Ji Wuming, smiled when he saw that Zhuowen had agreed. Immortal Master Zhua, I see that your Pill Dao and Array Dao have just broken through to the peak of the eternal grade. You shouldn't have stabilized your realm yet. Go and stabilize it now. 3 days later, I will personally confer you the position of Immortal Master and announce it to the world. Ji Wuming looked at Zhuowen meaningfully and smiled. Zhuowen's heart trembled. Ji Wuming really had good eyesight. He cupped his hands and left. This kid's pill, Dao, has already broken through to the eternal grade. It seems that our Eastern Immortal Alliance has a great chance of entering the Pillar Dao Domains qualifiers. Huan Taiping and Fang Zisher didn't see that Zhuowen's Pillar Dao had reached the eternal grade. Now that Ji Wuming mentioned it, their eyes lit up with excitement. In the following period of time, the rumor that Zhuowen had passed the 12th floor of the Pil Array Pagoda spread throughout the Pil Array Immortal Alliance. Everyone knew that the profound grade Pil Master Zhuowen, who had won first place in the Pil Array Grand Assembly, had actually accomplished such a feat after entering the Pil Array Pagoda. Even the Pil Array Immortal Alliance's Alliance Master, Ji Wuming, hadn't been able to pass the 12th floor of the Pil Array Pagoda. However, Zhuowen had passed it. Didn't this mean that Zhuowen's talent was even more terrifying than Ji Wuming's? At the same time, many cultivators realized that this Pil Master called Zhuowen was really going to soar. The Pil Array Immortal Alliance definitely wouldn't let go of such a powerful genius. They would definitely invite him to join the Pil Array Immortal Alliance and give him an extremely high status. Many people guessed that if Zhuowen were to join the Pil Array Immortal Alliance, he would immediately become an elder-level figure in the Pil Array Immortal Alliance. However, the next explosive news shocked everyone. Zhuowen had indeed joined the Pil Array Immortal Alliance. Moreover, the person who had invited him was the Alliance Master, Ji Wuming. Moreover, he had directly made Zhuowen the 5th Immortal Master of the Pil Array Immortal Alliance. This news not only shocked the entire Pil Array Immortal Alliance, but when it spread to the other regions of the host region, most of the forces in the host region were shocked. They didn't know who this Zhuowen was. However, when they heard that this kid had only been a rogue cultivator before joining the Pil Array Immortal Alliance, they were all shocked and began to inquire about this Zhuowen. Chapter 28:28. 6 Desires, Spirit Condensing, Saint, Pil Within the 10 Extremities, Incorp Sect. There was a deep cave filled with Yin Qi. Numerous ghastly coffins stood in a forest. Dense Yin Qi surged up as if it was material. Even a cultivator at the second step of the Dao validation realm would probably have to retreat in such a terrifying environment filled with Yin Qi. In the depths of the cave filled with Yin Qi, a figure was faintly discernible like a ghost. It was a man. The strange thing was that there was a golden vertical mark between the man's brows. It emitted a blazing golden light and seemed out of place in the gloomy surroundings. What? It's that Zhuowen again? That bastard actually became the 5th Immortal Master of the Pil Array Immortal Alliance. Damn it! The man with the golden vertical mark between his brows threw the communication jade talisman in his hand to the ground. His eyes were ferocious as he revealed his handsome face. If Zhuowen was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was Sakyamuni, who had a deep enmity with him in the past. Ever since Zhuowen became an immortal master of the Pil Array Immortal Alliance, his name had spread throughout the entire host region. Although many forces didn't know what Zhuowen looked like, Zhuowen's name was already well known. Sakyamuni's status in the 10 Extremities Incorp Sect wasn't low, so he naturally had heard of Zhuowen's deeds. I should have completely annihilated this kid when we were on Heavenly Armor Planet. Now he has become so powerful. Sakyamuni's eyes flickered. He felt that this matter was a little difficult to deal with. His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds during these years in the 10 Extremities Incorp Sect, and he had already broken through to the second step of the Dao validation realm. He was now an expert under the Lord of Profundity. Moreover, Sakyamuni had a heaven-grade Dao root, so his status in the 10 Extremities Incorp Sect was extremely high. Even the leader of the group, Yin Wuxia, who was heading to the Pil Array Immortal Alliance, had a lower status in the sect than Sakyamuni. Sakyamuni was very young, and his talent was extremely high. His future was limitless, and he was loved and valued by the sect leader of the 10 Extreme Incorp Sect. There were many elders in the 10 Extremities Incorp Sect who wanted to befriend Sakyamuni, and Yin Wuxia was one of them. I have to get rid of this Zhuowen. I have to send a message to Elder Yin Wuxia. The killing intent in Sakyamuni's eyes was boiling. He couldn't leave now and was in a state of continuous breakthrough. Moreover, he could feel that his Dao root was about to evolve again. This period of time was the most crucial moment for him, and he absolutely could not leave. Although Sakyamuni wanted to kill Zhuowen with his own hands, he knew that he did not have the opportunity to do so. Within the Pill-Array Immortal Alliance's Pill-Array Immortal City, Yin Wuxia sat in his room with an ugly expression. After hearing that Zhuowen had been promoted to an Immortal Master of the Pill-Array Immortal Alliance, he knew that he no longer had the qualifications to act against Zhuowen. If he acted, he would completely anger the people of the Pill-Array Immortal Alliance. An Immortal Master's position in the Pill-Array Immortal Alliance was too important. Their position was not inferior to the vice sect leader of the Ten Extremities Yin Corp sect. If he acted, his fate would be very miserable. Yin Wuxia quickly realized that the communication jade at his waist had lit up. He frowned but still took it out. After a while, he muttered to himself, Sakyamuni also has a grudge against Zhuowen? He actually asked me to kill Zhuowen. However, Yin Wuxia quickly shook his head. Zhuowen's current status was different from before, and he did not have the qualifications to act. If he acted, he would bring disaster to himself. He could not help Sakyamuni with this request. Just as Yin Wuxia was about to reject, someone knocked on his door. He opened the door and saw a man and a woman standing outside. Thunder God Park's Lei Zixuan and Huangji family senior Huang Wu are here to greet Senior Yin. Lei Zixuan was wearing a red dress. She had a sweet smile on her face as she bowed to Yin Wuxia. Yin Wuxia looked at Lei Zixuan indifferently and nodded to Huang Wu, who was beside her. Lei Zixuan was just a junior of the Master of Destiny, so he did not care about her. However, Huang Wu was the leader of the Huangji family and was also a creator. Yin Wuxia paid more attention to him. Why are the two of you looking for me? Yin Wuxia stood at the door, not intending to let the two of them in, as she asked in a neutral tone. Lei Zixuan did not mind Yin Wuxia's disregard. After all, the latter came from a Dao palace and was also a creator. It was normal for him to ignore her. Actually, it's like this. We want to discuss the matter of Zhuowen with Elder Yin. If I remember correctly, there should be quite a bit of conflict between Elder Yin and Zhuowen, right? Lei Zixuan said with a sweet smile, I'm afraid you found the wrong person. That Zhuowen is now an immortal master of the Pill-Array Immortal Alliance. He's not someone I, Yin Wuxia, can afford to offend. If you're here for this matter, you can go back now, Yin Wuxia said coldly. Huang Wu suddenly cupped his fists and said, Elder Yin, we have a way to force the Zhuowen out and kill him without anyone knowing. As long as Elder Yin cooperates with us, we have an 80% chance of success. Yin Wuxia was taken aback, but her interest was piqued. She nodded and gestured for the two of them to enter, saying, Please come in. If your method is reliable, it's not like I can't cooperate with you. While Yin Wuxia and the others were plotting, Zhuowen was in the room, refining pills. Waves of medicinal fragrance filled the room, making it look like a paradise. Bang! Suddenly, there was a soft sound, and a cloud of black smoke rushed out of the pill furnace. The black smoke turned into a fierce tiger and charged toward Zhuowen. Its roar shook the sky. Zhuowen retreated abruptly. He clenched his right fist and punched at the tiger. The power of the Pangu's sacred body burst out and directly dispersed the tiger formed by the black smoke. Zhuowen sighed lightly. He knew that he had failed to refine this cauldron of pills. This was the third time he had refined a batch of Genesis-level divine pills, but he still failed in the end. One had to realize that the ingredients for each Genesis divine pill were extremely precious. Zhuowen only had 5 Genesis divine pills on him. Now that he had used up 3 of them, as well as the other supplementary ingredients, this was a huge loss. Zhuowen poured out the medicinal dregs from the cauldron. He didn't plan to continue refining divine pills. He knew that he was already very close to reaching the God of Creation stage. All he needed was a final opportunity. If he continued to refine divine pills now, he would only end up wasting the 2 remaining God of Creation stage divine pills that he had. Zhuowen flipped open the True Alchemy Array record, and his eyes fell on the last page of the record. His expression was extremely serious. After the True Alchemy Array record was completed, the last page of the record was about recovering the 6 soul desires. It was said that in order to recover the 6 soul desires of a cultivator, one needed a divine pill called the 6 Desires Spirit Condensing Saint Pill. Chapter 28-29. Qualification round the heaven-piercing grade elixir was above the creation grade elixir. To refine a heaven-piercing grade elixir, one had to be a heaven-piercing grade elixir master. However, in the entire host region, Jiwuming was the only creation grade elixir master, let alone a heaven-piercing grade elixir master. Even Jiwuming was not qualified to refine the 6 Desires Spirit Congealing Elixir. What made him even more helpless was that the 6 Desires Spirit Congealing Elixir's main ingredients were 6 different heaven-piercing grade elixirs. These 6 heaven-piercing grade elixirs were the 1,000-year flowerless eyes, red pill, exquisite phoenix leaf, Buddha yellow water bamboo, 3 realms flower chinu, and scarlet moon star ripple milk. Zhuowen had never heard of any of these 6 heaven-piercing grade elixirs before. Zhuowen knew that it was impossible for him to refine the 6 Desires Spirit Congealing Elixir. Even Jiwuming couldn't do it. The only thing he could do now was to give the Moyin of Wushang to Jiwuming and see if he had any other methods to restore the 6 desires in a cultivator's soul. After leaving the room, Zhuowen walked straight to the Pill Array Immortal Alliance's main building. Immortal Master Zhuo. When Zhuowen entered the main building, the guards at the entrance lowered their heads in respect. They were extremely respectful to Zhuowen. Zhuowen was now the 5th Immortal Master of the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. His status was equal to Huan Taiping and the others. All the Pill Array Immortal Alliance's Pill Array Immortal Alliance respected him like a god. Brother Zhuo, what a rare guest. You've been an Immortal Master for so many days. This is your first time here, right? An old man with white hair and a beard walked over. When he saw Zhuowen, he immediately greeted him warmly. Elder Fong, I'm here to look for Alliance Master Ji. I wonder if he's in the main building. Zhuowen cupped his hands. This old man was Fong Zisher, who had appeared outside the Pill Array Pagoda with Huan Taiping. Haha, that's great. I'm also looking for the Alliance leader. Come with me. Today! Even if you didn't come, I'm afraid that old fellow Huan Taiping would have gone to call you. Now that you've come, that's just right. It saves that old fellow Huan Taiping from running errands. Fong Zisher laughed. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was flabbergasted. He revealed a puzzled expression and asked, Why did the Alliance leader summon us? This matter has something to do with you. It's about participating in the Alchemy Array Dao Domain Qualification Competition. You'll know when you get there. Fong Zisher blinked his eyes and spoke in a somewhat disrespectful manner. Zhuowen, you're already here. That's great. I don't have to go and call you. A voice filled with vicissitudes of life came from behind. Zhuowen and Fong Zisher saw Huan Taiping jogging over and catching up to the two of them. Grandmaster Huan. Zhuowen smiled and cupped his hands. No need to be so courteous. You are also an Immortal Master. Our statuses are equal. You can just call me Brother Huan. Huan Taiping waved his hand. Zhuowen smiled faintly and didn't fuss over the way he addressed Huan Taiping. The 3 of them chatted and laughed as they walked into the depths of the main building. This was a very large hall. There were only 6 seats in this hall, and each seat was extremely luxurious. At this moment, Jiwuming was sitting in the main seat. The other 2 seats were also occupied by 2 wide-robed old men. Zhuowen knew that these 2 wide-robed old men should be the other 2 Immortal Masters of the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. The 3 of you are here? Sit down. Jiwuming pointed at the other 3 empty seats and said. Zhuowen and the other 2 sat down. Huan Taiping sat beside him and quietly introduced the other 2 Immortal Masters to Zhuowen. Among the 2 Immortal Masters, one of them was an old man with a brandy nose called Jiangkong. The other old man with sharp eyes was called Shao Yi. According to Huan Taiping's introduction, these two immortal masters weren't alchemy masters, but divine array masters. Moreover, they were Genesis stage divine array masters. It seemed that in the Pill Array Immortal Alliance, Genesis stage alchemy masters and divine array masters were equally divided. While Zhuowen was sizing up the two immortal masters, Jiang Kong and Shao Yi were also sizing up Zhuowen. This time, I called you here mainly to tell you about the qualifiers for the Pill Array Dao domain. I'm afraid that all of this will depend on immortal master Zhuowen. Ji Wuming's gaze fell on Zhuowen, and he said with a smile, "Qualifiers." Zhuowen's face was blank. "Immortal Master Zhua, we wanted to tell you about this before the qualifiers, but you were always in seclusion refining pills, so we didn't have the chance. Actually, it's like this." Huan Taiping sat by Zhuowen's side and very dutifully told him about the qualifiers. After listening, Zhuowen revealed a look of understanding. It turned out that the Pill Array Immortal Alliance originated from the Pill Array Dao domain. In the Xianmi Heavenly Domain's East, West, South, and North Dao domains, there were corresponding Pill Array Dao domain branches. Among them, Zhuowen's Pill Array Immortal Alliance was called the Eastern Immortal Alliance. It was mainly open and recruited alchemy array masters from the host domain. The other 3 Dao domains also had corresponding Pill Array Immortal Alliances. They were the Western Immortal Alliance, the Northern Immortal Alliance, and the Southern Immortal Alliance. The 4 divisions would hold a qualifier every 10,000 years to select outstanding alchemy array masters from the 4 divisions to enter the Pill Array Dao domain for 100 years. It was said that alchemy array masters who could cultivate in the Pill Array Dao domain for 100 years could break through to the 3rd step of the alchemy Dao domain after coming out of seclusion. When the Pill Array Immortal Alliance's Alliance Master, Ji Wuming, was still an Eternal Stage Alchemy Master, he participated in the qualifiers and stood out, entering the Pill Array Dao domain for 100 years. After coming out of seclusion, Ji Wuming was already a peak Genesis Stage Alchemy Master. After returning to the Pill Array Immortal Alliance for 1,000 years, he broke through again and became a Creation Stage Alchemy Master, becoming the Alliance Master of the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. It could be said that this qualifier, which was held once every 10,000 years, was a huge opportunity for the 4 divisions. It was a grand event that was highly valued. Immortal Master Zhua, the condition to participate in the qualifier is that you must be younger than 10,000 years old. I've seen your bone age. You're very young and definitely not older than 10,000 years old. Moreover, you've passed the 12th level of the Pill Array Pagoda. You're the best candidate for this qualifier. Ji Wuming smiled at Zhuowen. He thought highly of Zhuowen, not to mention that Zhuowen had passed the 12th level of the Pill Array Pagoda. Just the fact that Zhuowen was younger than 10,000 years old and could cultivate both Alchemy Dao and Array Dao to the Eternal Stage already surpassed most of the Alchemy Array Masters in the Pill Array Immortal Alliance. Ji Wuming felt that Zhuowen had a high chance of standing out in this qualifier and entering the Pill Array Dao domain. Alliance Master Ji, does the Pill Array Dao domain have any transcending heaven alchemy masters? Zhuowen didn't immediately agree. Instead, he asked the question in his heart with an expectant look in his eyes. Ji Wuming looked proud and smiled faintly. The Pill Array Dao domain is the origin of the Pill Array Dao in the Xianmi Heavenly Domain. Naturally, there are transcending heaven alchemy masters, but there are very few of them. I only know of one. As for whether there are more, I'm not too sure. Okay, then I'll participate in this qualifier, Zhuowen said firmly. Seeing that Zhuowen had agreed, Ji Wuming and the others smiled. With Immortal Master Zhua's help, our Eastern Immortal Alliance has a better chance of winning the qualifier. Immortal Master Zhua must remember that there are only about 200 years until the qualifier begins. I hope Immortal Master Zhua can cultivate alchemy Dao during this time. Zhuowen nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he took a deep breath and cupped his fists. Alliance Master Ji, I have a request. I hope Alliance Master G can agree to it.